tena kustawi. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. You may all take your seats. At this point, I'd like to invite Mr. Fahim Kariuki and Ms. Aisha Swale for the opening prayers.
I believe I'll just start. Let us pray. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanirrahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladhina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Ya Allah, we come before you this wonderful day. We thank you for enabling us to get this far, and we pray that you bless the work of our hands, Allah. We pray for wisdom and clarity for the participants, fairness to our judges, and success to all those involved. May this be a beautiful experience for everybody. Amen.
Thank you so much, Ms. Aisha. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, distinguished partners, my name is Simon Kimuhu Mureithi, and it is an honor and privilege to be speaking to you today. I'm going to be the Master of Ceremonies and also serve as the Deputy President for the 14th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Competition. It's lovely to see our distinguished partners, faculty members, students, and the friends of the All Kenyan Moot Competition today. And I'm looking forward to a wonderful engagement today and throughout the whole week. Are you excited? Yes. Are you excited? If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you look good and you know it, stamp your feet. If you look good and you know it, stamp your feet. If you look good and you know it and you really want to show it, if you look good and you know it, clap your hands. Thank you so much. That's the energy we need throughout the opening ceremony. At this juncture, I'd also like to recognize that you may have noticed all the ladies in the room, once you were getting inside the premises, you got flowers. If you have a flower, please raise it. Yes, thank you so much. I'd like to recognize that yesterday we marked International Women's Day, and while the world celebrated yesterday, we saw it fitting to recognize our incredible women who continue to shape the legal profession and continue to lead the very institutions that are supporting the All Kenyan Moot Competition. So to all ladies, thank you, and we celebrate you. A round of applause to all the ladies in the room. Thank you so much. Before we kickstart our program, we're going to have a short entertainment. We're going to be having a short play by the Social Justice Center's Traveling Theatre, which is a community theatre collective within the social justice movement in Kenya. It uses theatre, music, and storytelling to raise awareness on human rights, inequality, and people's struggles, taking performances directly to communities as a tool for political education and collective action. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them as they come in.
Yeah.
getting worse. Unajua kwa lecturer jana kulikuwa na kwa kama search. Hadi walimtembea. No, pigia bill. No, pigia bill. No, bill should be sorry. Where's bill? Kitabu niko nazo, where's bill?
Umekuwa wapi?
We've been waiting for you. Poleni sana. Lakini sasa nyinyi mnajua situation venye iko. Mko salama lakini? Okay, now tunafaa kufanya kitu kidogo.
So we have the materials here. Na pia yesterday lecturer
Uliamshiwa jana.
Nimesikia hivyo.
Anaka search ilifanya very well.
Actually, there is a crackdown on all universities. Especially in Yanapata organizing, so we need to be very careful. Sawa? Hata hapa kwenye group, sidhani kama tuko safe.
So let's do it. This one itatusaidia sana to mobilize na pia kuambia other students wenye
nini inaendelea hapa?
Ndio masidro zote tunafaa.
Nini inaendelea hapa? Wewe.
Makosa ni gani? Sasa makosa kwa ni gani? Sina
Mulikuwa na nani? Utaongea tu unaweza kusaidia peke yake. Mulikuwa na nani? Utaongea ndio.
Haya. Yama. Finally tumekupata, Ulifikiri utajificha mzee, si ndio? Sasa utatuambia kwenye hao wengine wamejificha. Yaani wewe na hao maprofesa wa shule huko mnajifanya venye mnajua katiba. Ati mnajua katiba. Unajua hizi ni nini? Hizi nilifundishwa. Zinaitwa msema ukweli. Sasa wako wapi wenzako? Jana ongea wako wapi wenzako? Nauliza wako wapi wenzako? Wako wapi wenzako? Jana wacha nikuambie. Hata ukipiga nduru huku kwote huwezi sikika. Unajua ni wapi? Huwezi sikika. Hapa mzee tu ndo anaweza kuokoa. Na iko hivi. Options ni mbili. Nikupeleke kwa mzee, umuombe msamaha na uache kutembea na hizo materials za kujaribu kugeuza katiba ya mzee. Ama nikupeleke room 45. Usijali. Bibi yako ako safe. Bibi yangu anafanya nini hapa? Kuna mzee room 44. Bibi yangu usijue usijali nini inaendelea huko, sawa? Mambo inaendelea. Fanya hivi, chukua hii. Peleka huko. Mbona makosa? Sijali. Toka. Bibi yangu anaona. Enda huko. Bibi yangu anafanya nini? Si wako tena. Yaani nyinyi mnajifanya mnaweza toa mzee kwa kiti. Wacha niwaambie. Mzee hajakosea kwa katiba yake. Katiba yake iko sawa. Mzee akisema tuende right, tunaenda right. Akisema left, tunaenda left. Nyinyi wanafunzi nyinyi. Nyinyi nashikana na walimu hapa pumbavu.
Our dream was simply yet profound. Land, freedom, and justice. The colonial flag had just came down. But the question is, the deeper question is, did the power return to the people? Did it? Did the power return to the people? The Independence Constitution, negotiated in London, promised us democracy, regional autonomy, and checks on power. But slowly, these promises fades. Regional were dismantled. Power was centralized. And states slowly transformed powerful presidency. Those who dared to question paid a heavy price. Kenya had just gained its independence, but the struggle for constitution had just begun. In 1982, Kenya officially became a one-party state under Daniel Arap Moi. After the infamous Section 2A amendment, political dissent became dangerous. Torture chamber like Nyayo House became a symbol of repression. But this repression also gave birth to resistance. Through the year 1980s and early 1990s, a broader movement emerged. Students, workers, lawyers, intellectuals, and ordinary citizens, they demanded for one thing: multi-partism democracy. So through this struggle, it could not be stopped, and struggle evolved. Activists, civil society, and grassroots movement, they pushed for a new constitution. That constitution could dismantle the imperial presidency and return sovereignty to the people. Hello? They will fight for that presidency and return sovereignty to the people. So, this struggle produced the Bomas Craft Constitution Amendment. Well, in 2005, Kenya went under historical vote, and you know it? It was referendum. People voted and rejected the government-backed constitution. But instead of focusing on constitution, political divide deepened. 2 years later, Kenya went under 2007-2008 post-election violence. So this was the saddest chapter in Kenya. 1,000 of people were killed. Elections were disputed. And
hundreds of thousands of people were displaced.
Kila mtu atapata shamba. Viongozi wamekaribia kila mtu hapa atapata shamba. Si huku ni kwetu. Hapa ni kwetu. Tukaweka kwetu. Na niambie tumesurvive nao kwetu. Halafu wakati wa kuchukua kiongozi wetu nyinyi vinagarika mnataka kutugeukia. Madoa yote unagia. Tunamaliza. Maliza nini? Maliza. Oi. Nini? Mtazioko chini kwa mto. Sawa? Hakikisha kila kitu. Usiwache hata kinguru. Hata mende maliza. Kwa mlima. Ukifuatana hapa katikati itakuwa ni kuchoma. Sawa? Anzia huko kwa mlima. Madoa yote maliza. Na nyinyi nisiwapate hapa. Tunaanzia chini na juu. Niwapate hapa. Mimi nitawamaliza. Ngoja mtanijua. Wewe maliza wote.
These crises exposed the dangers of a political system built around ethnic power struggles. And
The conditional results of the referendum. The historic journey that we began over 20 years ago is now coming to a happy end. I assume our brothers and sisters who voted against the proposed constitution that their voice have been heard. Let us all join hands together as we begin the process of national renewal under the new constitution. Fellow Kenyans, let us all rededicate ourselves to fulfilling the dream of our founding fathers. Indeed, may the new constitutional dispensation be our shield and defender as we strive to conquer poverty, disease, and ignorance.
Wow. First day in office. Yaani kumbe maisha ni mzuri hivi. Uko na wafanyikazi wanakusaidia. Sasa wakati wa kushiba umeanza. Sasa ni time ya kushiba. Huku nje ndatembea watu hawataamini. Mimi ndio ule kiongozi. Kiongozi ngozi. Matumaini. Maisha ni tamu.
excuse me, Mheshimiwa.
Oh, madam.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm fine. Uko na mgeni?
Sawa basi. Wewe ndio ule PA?
I'm the
Naona maisha si mbaya. Muite basi, muite. The joy of being a mheshimiwa. You are being surrounded with flowers. Beautiful flowers. Maisha ni mzuri. Yes. How are you? I'm very fine. Niko salama kabisa.
Unaona ukai vibaya, lakini hata kama sinasikia unapatiwa pesa, tuguo improve kidogo.
Ndio tumeanza. Mtu ndio ameanza. Unajua ukianza uanze na pupa. Unaiba kidogo, unawaficha na nguo, unavaa vibaya. Watajua. Yes.
Mheshimiwa.
Yes.
I am not happy.
Why?
Ukiniona kwa ofisi yako, I am not a happy woman because I spent a lot of money on you.
Oh yes.
Kufanya campaign.
Nakumbuka. I remember.
Nafikiria ni waheshimiwa wagani wako wanataka kuongea na mimi. A lot of people are giving me threats kwa sababu ya pesa zenye nilikupatia. Na ninaona hazikupotea. Kikiti ulipata, si ndio? So keep your end of the deal.
Usijali.
Kuna kare karad. There is that rad you had told me you are going to give me. Na penye nilikuwa nimefukuzwa. Wameniambia sijui I am polluting the environment. Na since niko na pahali nilikuwa invest my money, niko na nikuje kwako. So unaona aje?
Hiyo si mbaya. Unajua kama si wewe singekuwa hapa. Si unaongelea ile kiwanja pale maporomoko pale chini?
Hapo. Na unaona bado watu wako hapo.
Hiyo iko solved. Dakika moja. In 1 week watu wanabomolewa hapo, wanafurushwa haraka.
Now we are talking. I can see I really niliaka pesa zangu mahali pasuri, si ndio?
Usijali, kazi tumeifanya. In fact, right now nafaa nikuwe na mkutano ya cabinet. Na venye naona wewe ni kama unaweza kuwa member hapo ndani. Wewe unaweza kuweka member hapo ndani.
Yani I did not lose my money.
You did lose your money. Usijali. Hiyo kiwanja in 1 week watu nabomolewa, tutawadanganya tuna vitu kidogo tu. Tunafagia wote. Mmoja ataleta kichwa, hata wewe. Bulldozer, askari wanakumalizia. Hivyo tu. Inaisha.
I really invested well. Asante sana.
Madam Pie. Waheshimiwa wamefika? Please usher them in fact walete ndani.
Uko na mkutano?
Niko na mkutano.
I'm thinking twende tukakunywa kauji mahali but you are busy.
Uji ni baadaye, acha tutakunywa. I'm a busy man. Sitaki nisahau na appointment.
You are really showing off in this new work.
Ni kidogo tu, ni kujaribu. Wacha akuje. Alafu sasa iko hivi. I was planning unaweza anza kufungua chemist. Dawa zitapatikana. Dawa ziko. Huku hakuna kitu hatufanyi. Mimi ndio nimeingia. As long as you invested in me, ndakushughulikia.
Asante sana. Thank you so much.
Wacha tuangalie mkutano hapo.
Mtazamani mko nayo. Finish it.
But don't worry. Hiyo mambo tutamaliza.
Thank you so much.
Hata mimi nilikuwa najua hizo zinatutaka leo. Unajua that is the reason why I had to nipige simu kwanza traffic waweze kuweka traffic, alafu ndio nianze hata mimi kufika mapema. Yes. Mimi nimefika mapema.
Amjambo.
Mkubwa.
Poleni sana nimechelewa. Unajua kuna jamu. Ile jamu iko hapo.
Sasa unajua?
Hata hakuna mtu amewahi jamu.
Unajua mimi nimefanya? Nimeamua hiyo jamu isifuati. Nimepiga simu. Wafungue barabara.
Wamefungua expressway.
Wablokia wengine, mimi niweze kupika kuona mkuu.
Nimeamua nifungulie watu expressway. Mkubwa. Jambo.
Uko salama
Mkubwa. Mkubwa.
Yes.
Mkubwa. How are you doing?
Wewe uko salama. Wewe najua. Wewe mambo yako wewe uko sawa. Mimi niko fit kabisa. In fact, Madam of Minister of Defense, kuja usimame hapa kando yangu, unajua huyu ana defend hadi moyo. As long as ame defend mheshimiwa, mambo iko sawa ama vipi?
Kazi yako ni kusema, sisi tunatenda.
In fact.
Alafu mimi wa help na kukaribia kidogo.
Unajua huyu aliamua sasa ni sha na party.
By the way, that's a good idea. Endelea hivyo.
Asante sana.
In fact, niko na another idea. Tutawadanganya tu pesa kidogo ilipotea huko, alafu hizo tutazipeleka mahali pengine.
Sema mkubwa. Mheshimiwa is never wrong. You are never wrong, is always right.
Yes.
So mheshimiwa, unajua wadaktari walikuwa na complain. Wanasema wako very less. Na hao pia wataki kufanya watu wa register SHA. Sasa itabidi tupunguze wengine kazi, alafu ya pesa yao tununue ile chopa. So unajua unafaa uende Dubai.
Good idea. In fact unajua naweza taka chopa bulletproof. Unajua sasa huko kuna vita.
Nikirushiwa kitu ikiguza ndege inaenda kando.
Sasa mheshimiwa,
Mkubwa, can I get a chopper?
Wacha huyo aongee kwanza.
Mkubwa, can I get a chopper too?
Wewe usijali, hiyo ndege nitakuwa nayo, wewe utakuwa hapo.
Mheshimiwa, sasa upande wa maji, Ukambani wamekuwa wakikosa maji sana. Lakini kwa sababu Nairobi Mungu amebariki na maji, kile kitu tutafanya, tutakuja tubebe maji tuwapelekee.
Hiyo iko sawa. Hiyo iko sawa. Na in fact, kwanza hii mambo ya maji, hii mambo ya maji sitaki mahali popote patakuwa na maji. Nataka tufanye hivi. Wewe unashughulikia hiyo sekta. Funga maji zote za tap. Alafu unajua tuko na makatelo wetu wa miradi huko. Watauzia watu. Hapo ndio tutapata pesa yetu ya kujisaidia.
Hiyo maji ndio inasababisha kukue na jam. Kama juzi tumefungulia watu expressway ndio waweze kujiexpress.
Unaona for free. Waliweza kujiexpress vizuri. So walipita hapo. Na wakafurahia, simulipita. Simulipita. Hata kama ilikuwa 3 hours simulipita. Wenye wako bahatika tafuteni gari.
Kulikuwa na jam hatari sana juzi. Hakuna mtu amewahi jam hivyo. Hakuna. In fact, bwana Jamlik, hata Jamaica hakujawahi kuwa na hiyo jam hivyo.
Hakujawahi kuwa na hivyo Jamaica.
In fact, ndio tumalize jam tunaondoa mkate.
By the way, hakutahitajika jam hapo. Mkate ikiondolewa jam imeisha.
Hakutakuwa na jam.
But sasa asante sana madam, umeongea sana, maneno yako nimesikia na ningependa niondoke. Unajua busy man niko pahali.
You have another trip?
Yes, nafaa nifike Dubai kidogo.
Kama unataka kuondoka, wewe ondoka.
Ni sawa, acha nifike Dubai. Unajua huko wanafanya KCPE. Nafaa niende nishikilie kengele. Mambo ni mingi, safari ziko. Na nilikuwa nataka kufuta mtu nitaenda na yeye.
Mimi.
Acha niende na huyu. Huyu atanilinda.
Sawa. Kiongozi wewe enda. Sisi pia tutakuja pole pole.
Sawa.
Kwa sababu mwenda pole hajikwai. Acha nianze safari.
Unaona hiyo mambo ya maji? Nilikuwa nakwambia unidivertie hiyo maji, nikuwe na swimming pool refu sana. Unaona swimming pool kutoka Muthaiga hadi pale Parklands. Nafanya hiyo ndio yote nataka nitengeneze swimming.
Najua unashindwa, mbona natembea pole pole. Mwenda pole hajikwai.
Barua toka Mogina Kimathi, wanauliza kama Kenya tuko sawa. Tukawaambia Kenya tuko na disaster, watoto wetu wanazidi kuzikana. Na Rex Masai ameshika tama, alituacha kama angali kijana. Je, angekuwa mambo yangekuwa sawa? Ndivyo alivyopanga Maulana. Tujiangalie, tuko pabaya leo kuliko jana. Tusipoziba ufa tutajenga kuta. Haki tungali vijana. Tujiangalie, tuko pabaya leo kuliko jana. Sikio la kufa halisiki dawa. Tuko kwa tita tunapiga.
Our 2010 Kenyan Constitution is not a gift from leaders. It was won through struggles, sacrifice, and courage of ordinary people who refused to live under impunity. Our Kenyan Constitution was meant to change how the power works and also to ensure that justice is not a privilege but a right. Institutions like independent policing, oversight authority, IPOA, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, and Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission were created to watch those on power and also to protect the public from abuse. But the Constitution is only as strong as those people who defend it. When these institutions are ignored and also weakened, captured by politics, this also causes a lot of wrangles in the promise of our Constitution of Kenya. This is why the call to action is to everyone. It is our right, it is our responsibility to defend our Constitution and protect it. Protect these independent oversight bodies and also to ensure that reforms that also ensure accountability of citizens of our country. The Kenyan Constitution belongs to all the citizens, to all the people. Our Kenyan Constitution belongs to the people. And who are these people?
We are the people.
Who are these people?
We are the people.
All sovereign power
belongs to the people.
All sovereign power
belongs to
and
the
who
people.
are these people?
We are the people.
The Social Justice Center Traveling Theatre.
Thank you so much. Once again, a warm round of applause. That's a wonderful presentation that reminds us that constitutionalism is not merely a legal concept, but a living commitment that continues to evolve through dialogue and engagement. Thank you so much. To continue with our program, now to formally welcome us to Kenyatta University School of Law, the home of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition, I will now invite the Deputy Executive Dean of the School of Law, Arts and Social Sciences, Dr. Tom Ratemo, to give us welcoming remarks, after which he will invite the Dean for the School of Law, Arts and Social Sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause.
Good morning. What is our duty as Kenyans? What is our duty as Kenyans from the skit? Yeah, to uphold the Constitution. Honorable Dr. William Tunga, the 13th Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya Emeritus, our chief guest, Dr. Stephanie Rothenberg, the Director, Conrad Adenauer Stephen Foundation's Rule of Law Program for Anglophone Sub-Saharan Africa, Mr. Victor Dende, the Head of Programs, Amnesty International, Kenya, Ms. Immaculate Wanderi Ngure, the Partner Viva Africa Consulting, LLP. We also have Mr. Ahmed from Turkey, Ms. Frashia Korea, the President of the All Kenyan Moot Court Competition, Professor Washek Wanjai, the DVC academic, Kenyatta University, representing the Vice Chancellor for today, the management board members, Kenyatta University, the members of the staff of various law schools are represented, the students from various law schools represented, and the executive dean, Dr. Professor Minja, and the members of staff, Kenyatta University School of Law, Parklands campus. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. So I'm pleased to welcome you to Kenyatta University School of Law, Parklands campus for the 14th edition of All Kenya Moot Court Competition 2026. This is yet another great moment when we will be discussing matters that have had a huge impact on our lives, especially for the past 2 years, under the theme Reclaiming Constitutionalism, Advancing Human Rights and Civic Freedoms in the Age of Surveillance and Economic Austerity. The theme invites critical and holistic inquiry into the erosion of Kenya's constitutional order, with a particular focus on the intersection between emerging technologies and state power, economic and environmental governance challenges, and the suppression of civic and digital rights. Besides, it calls for an attention to the other structural injustices that continue to threaten the rule of law and the democratic space envisioned by the Constitution of Kenya, including, of course, the gendered violence during the protests, the shrinking space for the free expression and media, data protection, environmental degradation at the expense of the marginalized communities, and the resurgence of political police brutality, extrajudicial killings, and arbitrary arrests. At its core, the theme reaffirms the need to return to the heart of the Constitution, that is, to uphold the values, restore public trust in institutions, and ensure the realizations of the rights, freedoms, and justice for all Kenyans. I think you have seen everything that this group has represented here. That is what exactly we are going to discuss throughout this week. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that by the end of the competition, the over 24 teams represented here will formulate possible solutions to the problems Kenyans are facing today. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, the school and the university at large is very much grateful to those whose work has gone into the planning and this memorable event. To our chief guests, the Vice Chancellor represented, our guests, members of the management board, the sponsors, and all of you who are seated here, Thank you for your attendance and extending support for the 14th edition of the All Kenya Moot Court Competition. I trust this competition will strengthen our work together and steer the country to further progress. I wish you a fruitful day. Once again, I say welcome to Kenyatta University School of Law, Parklands campus. Thank you. Now it's my opportunity to welcome the Executive Dean, Professor Minja, to come and talk with you.
Thank you, Dr. Retemo. Our keynote speaker, Honorable Dr. Willy Mutunga, Chief Justice Emeritus, Professor Washeke Wanjohi, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, representing the Vice Chancellor in this event, Dr. Stephanie Rothenberger, Director Konrad Adenauer, Mr. Victor Denda, Head of Programs, Amnesty International, Ms. Immaculate Wanderi Ngure, Partner, Viva Africa, the President of AMK MCCA, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today we are going to witness, and not just today, but this week, we are going to witness a very important occasion that has been old for several centuries. And as lawyers and those being trained to be lawyers, you know that it's an important aspect of training lawyers. This moot competition will provide mooters with an opportunity to demonstrate their ability to bridge the gap between legal theory and practice. So mooters in this competition will display, or are expected to display, the art of persuasive advocacy, strong legal research that forms your basis for your arguments, the ability to construct persuasive arguments, and also respond to counter-arguments. So in the course of this week, as these competitions continue, perhaps we'll expect, or we shall expect, that to come out very strongly, and we know and confident that you are well prepared to do that. I trust that participants this week will find the mooting competition intellectually rewarding, as well as highly enjoyable. Even in cases where a mooter may find arguments to be nerve-wracking, would still expect that you'll come out with something out of this week. And so from where I stand or sit as the Dean, School of Law, Arts and Social Sciences, I welcome you to this mooting competition, and I promise you to have an enjoyable moment. So have a good day, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Thank you so much, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, now moving on. Every initiative has leadership that is exceptional, visionary, and committed. And the 14th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court Competition has been steered by a committee that was led by an exceptional leader who worked with a team to ensure that the edition came to life. At this juncture, I'd like us to put our hands together to welcome the president of the 14th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court Competition, Ms. Frashia Kuria, to give her address.
Thank you, Simon. The Honorable Chief Justice Emeritus, Dr. Willy Mutunga, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Washeke Wanjohi, Dr. Stephanie Rothenberger, Director at the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung Rule of Law Program for Sub-Saharan Africa, Ms. Immaculate Wanderi Ngure, Partner at Viva Africa Consulting LLP, Mr. Victor Ndede, representing Amnesty International Kenya, distinguished partners present, lecturers, participants, friends of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I hope that you're having a lovely morning here today. For us, it's a lovely morning because this room is full, so thank you very much. It is my great honor and privilege to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 14th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition. A round of applause, please. Allow me to begin by thanking each and every one of you for honoring our invitation and for continuing to support and engage with the 14th edition. Your presence here today reflects the shared commitment that I believe we all hold towards advancing legal scholarship, advancing constitutionalism, and most of all, advancing the development of young advocates in Kenya today. Over the years, AKMCC has grown into a respected national platform where we bring students from all across Kenya to interrogate the law, sharpen their advocacy skills, and critically engage with governance questions that shape our society. This year, we are proud to be hosting 14 universities and 24 teams, bringing together some of the most brightest and most promising law students from all across Kenya. A round of applause for our participants, please. Each team, I believe, has invested immense effort and time into research and preparation, and we are truly, truly, truly delighted to welcome you to this important academic forum. This year's competition is guided by a theme that speaks to the urgent realities of our time, and inspired by 16 years since the promulgation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the theme for the 14th edition is Reclaiming Constitutionalism, Advancing Human Rights and Civic Freedoms in an Age of Surveillance and Economic Austerity. This theme invites us all to reflect deeply on the role of the Constitution, especially in times of national challenge. Across the world and even here in Kenya today, we are witnessing increasingly complex tensions between matters to do with governance, economic realities, technological changes, and most of all, the protection of fundamental human rights. Questions surrounding public debt and its impact on socioeconomic rights are arising. Questions surrounding data protection in an increasingly surveilled societies are arising. Questions to do with police brutality, gendered violence, and most of all, environmental justice are all arising. And we have to remember that these are not just abstract legal debates. They affect the everyday lives of the citizens of Kenya and all of us in this room today. And it is precisely within this context that the All Kenyan Moot Court competition becomes relevant. Through a 4-part webinar series that preceded this competition, we engaged in thoughtful discussions on issues that lie at the very heart of the Constitution. This included police brutality, media freedom, the protection of children's data in the digital space, and environmental justice. These conversations will continue throughout the competition during the panel discussions that are scheduled for this afternoon and tomorrow morning. Today, we will further continue exploring topics such as data protection, gendered violence, and public debt. And in doing so, it is my belief that we will contribute meaningfully to the broader conversation on how the law can not only be used to interpret rights, but also how the law can be used to defend and protect our rights. We have to remember that at its core, AKMCC is about preparing the next generation of young legal minds to protect and defend our Constitution. But at the same time, such a platform does not come to life on its own. It is made possible through the dedication, hard work, and support of many individuals and many institutions behind the scenes. Allow me to therefore take a moment to acknowledge the many individuals and institutions whose efforts have made this competition possible. First, I would like to acknowledge the incredible work of my team, the organizing committee of the 14th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition. My team and I have worked tirelessly day and night since we took office in May 2025 to bring this vision to life. A round of applause for this team. I think one thing that all team members and even those who have come before us can attest to is that when you take responsibility of a competition of this magnitude, you realize that it's not just a one-day event. It's more than that. It requires continuous planning. You also continuously learn throughout the entire process. And at the end of the day, it's not just you as the president or you as a committee member. It also involves so many individuals behind the scenes. And these are the people who have made this day possible to happen. Kindly let's give another round of applause. I would therefore like to sincerely thank the following members of my team: Mr. Simon Kimuhu, Aisha Swale, Catherine Mumbi, Joanne Bikeri, Mela Nyongesa, Jalodi Toroitich, Fahim Karaoke, Cynthia Yego, Sandra Loch, Jebrenda Ndei, Ignatia Karanja, and Moses Ngige. Their dedication and hard work has been seen throughout this entire edition. I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation to Ms. Janet Karemi, President of the 11th edition and Advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and to my predecessor, Ms. Faith Mahinda, for their guidance and for always being just a phone call away whenever we needed advice. A round of applause, please. In the same spirit, I would also like to thank Mr. Barasa Famba, Mr. Timothy Thondu, Alex Asenga, and Daniel Murakaru, all of whom have been part of the AKMCC journey and whose support and encouragement have meant a great deal for us. Through their continued guidance, we were reminded that AKMCC is not just an event, it is a community, one that continues to grow through the generosity of those who have come before us. This competition would also not have been possible without the invaluable support of Dr. Faith Kabata, yes, Miss Elizabeth Wambiri, and most especially Professor Thomas Mile, who though in absentia, yes, continues to leave a lasting legacy on this competition and the entire institution as a whole. I would also like to acknowledge the supporting staff of the Kenyatta University School of Law, whose efforts behind the scenes are the reason why we have this venue set up so beautifully. Their dedication reminds us that it's not only about the people who are at the forefront speaking to us today, but it's also about the people who are behind the scenes helping things to come together. Lastly, in that spirit, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our partnering organizations and supporting institution whose continued collaboration has enabled this competition to grow both in scale and impact. Kindly join me in giving a round of applause to our partnering institutions. The partnering institutions in this case include Kenyatta University, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung Foundation, Amviva Africa Consulting LLP, Amnesty International Kenya, Internews, Katiba Institute, Nabwire Obara Advocates, Muma and Kanjama Advocates, Mohammed Muigai LLP, Natural Justice, CMR Africa, Usikimia, Siasa Place, Uraya Trust, the Institute for Social Accountability, TISA, the Independent Medical Legal Aid Unit, IMLU, Racher and Amolo LLP, the Association of Media Women in Kenya, AMWIC, the Kenya Editors Guild, and International Justice Mission. To all our partners and supporting organizations, we are profoundly grateful for your continued collaboration and for your belief in our platform. Thank you for opening your doors to us during partner visits. Thank you for taking your time to listen to our vision, and most of all, for choosing to support it. Your contributions, whether through mentorship, whether through expertise or resources, have ensured that this competition continues to grow in reach and impact. It is therefore our sincere hope to our partner organizations that your generosity to this initiative continues to return to you many times over. Let's give the last round of applause to our partnering organizations. And to our participants, the reason why we are here today, allow me to say this. The next few days will definitely challenge you intellectually, but they will also offer you opportunities for growth and opportunities for learning. Therefore, moot boldly, engage with the bench thoughtfully, and remember that the greatest value that AKMCC will give you lies not only just in winning, but also in learning and improving yourself as a young, growing advocate. Before I conclude, I would like to acknowledge that we marked International Women's Day yesterday. That is why we found it appropriate to give all the ladies in the room roses. And in that spirit, I would like to take this opportunity to wish each and every lady in this room a happy International Women's Day. A round of applause for all the ladies in the room. Today, we celebrate your achievements, your resilience, and your leadership. And this occasion also reminds us that a constitutional democracy can only truly thrive when the voices of women are heard, respected, and protected in every sphere of the society. As we begin this week, my hope is that this competition will inspire all of us to work towards a legal system that upholds constitutionalism. And with those remarks, it is my great pleasure to welcome you once again to the 14th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition. I wish all the teams the very best in the rounds ahead, and I hope that this week will be deeply memorable for everyone present here today. May God bless the All Kenyan Moot Court competition. May God bless Kenya. Thank you na karibuni sana.
Thank you so much. Another warm round of applause as she sits down. Now, at this point, she's mentioned a couple of our partners whose immense support has contributed to the success of the 14th edition. And at this point, I'd like to invite some of our partners who are going to speak about the importance of platforms such as the All Kenyan Moot Court competition in shaping constitutionalism, dialogue, and bringing up sharp legal minds. And to start with, I would like to invite a representative from an institution that continues to contribute to legal discourse and continues to shape young professionals, Ms. Immaculate Wanderi Ngure, a partner at Viva Africa Consulting, LLP. Warm round of applause.
Honorable Dr. Willie Mutunga, Chief Justice Emeritus, Professor John Okumu, Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, Professor Washeke Wanjohi, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, Professor David Minja, Executive Dean, School of Law, Arts and Social Sciences, Kenyatta University, Dr. Ratemo Tom, Deputy Executive Dean, School of Law, Arts and Social Sciences, Kenyatta University, representatives of partner institutions, distinguished guests, faculty, participants and students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I go by the name Immaculate Wanderi Ngure. It is a privilege to stand before you today representing Viva Africa Consulting, a leading business advisory firm, and to say at the very outset how honored we are to support the 14th All Kenyan Moot Court competition as diamond sponsors for the second year running. At Viva Africa, I serve as one of the business advisory partners and also as a partner in charge of people and culture. But before all of that, about 20 years ago, I was a student of law, like many of you here today, on the journey to becoming an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. That is why this occasion is personally meaningful. It is also professionally significant because competitions such as this do not merely test legal knowledge. They sharpen reasoning, discipline, courage, and clarity of expression, qualities without which the law cannot be practiced with distinction. And that is why Viva Africa is proud to stand with AKMCC. Kenyatta University School of Law has set a high standard in legal education, and this competition is part of the tradition of excellence. It is producing graduates who are thoughtful, capable, and ready to contribute meaningfully to the profession. At Viva Africa, we have seen this for ourselves, where students who distinguished themselves in earlier editions of this competition have worked with us as interns and young professionals. They brought with them exactly the qualities Moot Court is designed to develop: intellectual rigor, confidence, and professional discipline. This year's theme, Reclaiming Constitutionalism, Advancing Human Rights and Civic Freedoms in an Age of Surveillance and Economic Austerity, is not only timely, it is consequential. The invitation rightly frames this competition as a platform for rigorous engagement with contemporary constitutional and human rights questions, and a space for nurturing principled advocacy. And it is especially fitting that such a conversation is taking place in the presence of Honorable Dr. Willy Mutunga, whose public life remains strongly associated with the defense of constitutionalism, human rights, and the rule of law. For the students here, that should not be lost on you. You are not gathered here merely to argue a fictional matter, but being molded for a profession that will, from time to time, be called upon to speak when constitutional values are under pressure. Because the truth is this: the law is not only written in statutes and judgments, it is sustained by the quality of the minds and integrity of the people who practice it. And, if I may borrow a small comfort from the bar, lawyers may differ on many things, but we are usually united in our admiration for a well-made argument. So, to all participants, I encourage you to approach this competition with confidence, humility, and intellectual courage. The arguments you refine here this week may well become the convictions with which you serve society tomorrow. On behalf of Viva Africa Consulting LLP, I congratulate Kenyatta University School of Law for sustaining such an important national platform, and I wish all participants a most rewarding competition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Immaculate, for those amazing reflections. Now, our next speaker comes from an organization that has consistently championed for the promotion and protection of human rights, both in Kenya and globally. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mr. Victor Ndede, Head of Programs, Amnesty International, Kenya.
Good morning. I think I will stand on the existing protocol and proceed to issue my remarks. On behalf of Amnesty International Kenya, we are really honored to stand here today, and for many years in partnership with the All Kenya Moot Court competition and also students of law of this country across different programs. We gather under a theme that is very much a warning as it is a call to action. When we promulgated the 2010 Constitution, we did not just sign a document or a charter. We took an oath that power and power should never be centralized, or power should never be at the expense of human rights and democracy, and should never be at the expense of a person. Yet 15 years later, or now 16 approaching, we find ourselves in a strange paradox that we're talking about reclaiming constitutionalism. Is it that 15 years was such a long time to lose constitutionalism, to lose the promise that we set out for ourselves in 2010 as we happily promulgated the Constitution. When you look at the theme, we also realize that we are rapidly digitizing, and it looks like we're actually digitizing faster than we are democratizing and faster than we are pushing the rule of law. We are being asked to tighten our belt, for the economy or because of the economy, while the state keeps expanding its interest and its gaze into our private lives in the name of surveillance. And when you look at the high cost of austerity, as is in the theme, we cannot talk about civic freedoms without talking about our food on the table. Economic austerity is not just a fiscal policy, it's not just a financial policy, not just an economic policy, it's a human rights issue. When taxes rise, when the cost of living becomes a barrier to survival, when public services are gutted, shredded in the name of public debt management, the most vulnerable amongst us are silenced by the sheer weight of the need to survive. As Amnesty, we believe that a hungry citizen is a citizen whose dignity is under siege. We know the indignity that comes with hunger and the thought of surviving the next day. And just to think about the happenings over the weekend, Friday into the weekend on the floods, and just look at the symptom or the outcome of systemic failures over many years. We must resist the narrative that human rights are just luxury, that we can only afford to implement all our human rights once the GDP stabilizes, once the economy stabilizes. Human rights are the basic foundation for our development, without which all these other things crumble. Let's talk about surveillance, which has created what we'd call the new frontier of fear. While our pockets are being emptied, our data is being harvested, we are essentially living in the age of surveillance, the surveillance age. And we have to understand that the tools that were meant to provide us with easier ways of living in a digitized world have actually been converted to surveillance tools that are tracking dissent, tracking opponents, tracking alternative voices, and silencing alternative voices. We are seeing from monitoring of social media to the use of biometric identity systems without robust privacy safeguards, the message to us all as Kenyans is very clear. We see you, we know what you do, so watch what you say and where you say it. That is what surveillance is. This then, of course, creates the chilling effect. You know? That chill that you know if I speak out, I'll be tracked, traced, killed, abducted. That fear that I'll be picked up, I might be the next statistic of an enforced disappearance or an extrajudicial execution or killing, is the chilling effect of surveillance. And the chilling effect is actually a silent killer of constitutionalism. If you are afraid to speak because you're being watched, then we can ultimately say you truly are not free. And so as we talk about, and as I come to a close because of time, as we talk about reclaiming constitutionalism, we ask ourselves, how do we reclaim? And I'm sure the experts in the room, and there's no, of course, monopoly of knowledge, we'll have a lot of discussions in the coming days to discuss the reclaiming. But I think first we must decouple or separate national security, which has been used in the pretext of surveillance, from regime security, which is people protecting their regimes. The two, often conflated, have resulted in what we have as surveillance. A secure and safe nation is also a nation where every citizen feels safe to criticize the government, feels safe to air alternative voices. Secondly, in the context of the digital world, we must demand accountability and transparency in this rapid digitization of our world. You know, accountability on the algorithms that are used. Think about digital sovereignty, and towards the end of last year, we had a massive debate on the US-Kenya Health Cooperation Agreement, and the main question there was digital sovereignty and data sovereignty. And you think about, do we really own our data? Do we have decisions? Do we have choices to make over our data? Do we really determine what happens to our data? Digital sovereignty belongs to the people, not just our governments or the big technology companies that, or the tech giants that run this world. Thirdly, we must return to a very human-centric spirit of the 2010 Constitution. I think, and my view is that this Constitution was designed with us as at the center. It was designed to protect the shujas that we have in this country, the shujas that went on the streets in the last couple of years. And not just the waheshimiwas in their big offices and the big cars they move around with and the helicopters. It was meant for all of us, and we must move to that human-centric spirit. And so as we conclude and as this conference happens, let us not just exchange ideas or make the conversations as moots or just have a moot conversation. Let us also exchange strategies for resilience, strategies for solidarity, strategies for making Kenya a better world, strategies for reclaiming the constitutionalism that we do talk about here. Amnesty International Kenya remains very committed to standing with every Kenyan who dares to ask for accountability, whether it is in the streets, whether it is in the courts, whether it's in our digital corridors. We will stand with you. Let us reclaim the truth. Let us reclaim our constitution. Let us reclaim our democracy. And the constitution, and I think as the traveling social justice traveling theater mentioned, the constitution and constitutionalism is not a gift from the state. It's a demand from the people and a demand that must be met. And therefore, colleagues, friends, and comrades, I wish you the very best in the moods and the conferences and the deliberations, and let us maintain eternal vigilance for our democracy. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Victor. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our final partner speaker comes from an institution that has long supported democratic governance, rule of law, and civic engagement across the world. Kindly join me in welcoming Dr. Stephanie Rothenberger from the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung Rule of Law Program for Anglophone Sub-Saharan Africa. Warm round of applause.
Thank you. The Honorable Chief Justice Emeritus of the Republic of Kenya, Professor Dr. Willy Mutunga, the Acting Vice Chancellor of Kenyatta University, Professor John Okumu, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Kenyatta University, Professor Washeke Wanjohi, the Executive Dean of the School of Law, Arts and Social Sciences of Kenyatta University, Professor David Minja, the Deputy Executive Dean of the School of Law, Arts and Social Sciences of Kenyatta University, Professor Tom Ratemo, esteemed faculty members and representatives of Kenyatta University School of Law, the President of the organizing committee of the All Kenyan Moot Court, Ms. Frashia Kuria, and her organizing committee, distinguished partners, dear students and participants, honored guests. It is a great pleasure for me as director of Konrad Adenauer Foundation's Rule of Law program for Sub-Saharan Africa to welcome you as a supporting partner to this year's edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court that is taking place for the 14th time already, and I don't think I exaggerate when I say that it has established itself over the years into a reputable institution. Konrad Adenauer Foundation's Rule of Law program is honored to support this important initiative, standing alongside the next generation of legal practitioners in a competition between committed law students from all over Kenya that has, over the last 14 years, established itself as an invaluable training ground for advocacy, fostering a deeper understanding of legal frameworks that safeguard fundamental rights and promote good governance and accountability. For those of you who are not familiar with Konrad Adenauer Foundation, let me give you some brief background information. We are a German political foundation with more than 100 offices worldwide, and our mission is to foster democracy, good governance, social market economy, human rights, and peace and solidarity around the globe. And our Rule of Law program for Sub-Saharan Africa, based here in Nairobi, is just one of over 20 offices in Sub-Saharan Africa alone. So our mission as a Rule of Law program is to foster, of course, the rule of law, human rights, international criminal justice, constitutionalism, and we work with a broad network of legal experts, judges, prosecutors, advocates. But, and this is a very important pillar of our work, we work a lot with citizens. And among them, of course, as this is a very young continent, with the youth, mainly with young law students, or let's say with the lawyers to be of tomorrow. And so we have set up numerous activities across the continent with universities. And I just would like to name some we did here with Kenyatta University. And I remember very well when we launched in 2022, Dr. Kabata is already smiling, our documentary film Journey to Justice that we established with the wonderful students of Kenyatta University. Or, for example, our Center for Clinical Legal Research that we established with Kenyatta University, and it always feels like coming home to be here at this university, and thank you for being such a great partner over the years, just as many other universities we've worked with in Kenya and across the globe. Through these initiatives, we have seen first-hand impact of youth engagement in legal advocacy. All our initiatives across Sub-Saharan Africa are rooted in the recognition that the inclusion of the young generation plays a crucial role in strengthening justice systems and promoting accountability. The arguments and discussions that take place in moot court competitions, like this one, contribute to the broader legal discourse and governance reforms of tomorrow, hopefully. Today, the rule of law faces severe challenges, not only on this continent, but also far beyond, around the world. And I would probably exceed my speaking time if I would want to name them all. The theme of this year's competition, Reclaiming Constitutionalism, Advancing Human Rights and Civic Freedoms in an Age of Surveillance and Economic Austerity, speaks directly to numerous of these contemporary legal challenges that demand careful, balanced, and principled engagement. More than a decade after the promulgation of Kenya's 2010 constitution, constitutionalism remains an ongoing project rather than a completed task. New social, economic, and technological realities continue to test how these constitutional principles are interpreted, applied, and safeguarded. The relevance of this competition lies precisely in its willingness to engage these questions through rigorous legal analysis rather than mere rhetoric. This competition is more than an academic exercise. It is an opportunity to develop and refine the skills that will serve you, dear young participants, throughout your legal careers. Every argument you construct, every challenge you tackle, and every perspective you consider will help shape the advocacy work you may undertake in the future. I encourage you to approach this competition not only as a contest, but as a chance to learn, inspire, and reaffirm your role in advancing justice and the rule of law. And I always remember how impressed I was by last year's competition and what the students achieved during this competition. And this was actually what really supported the decision of our Rule of Law program to be again in this competition as a supporting partner also in this year. In closing, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the All Kenyan Moot Court Organizing Committee and its president, Ms. Frasha Kuria, the faculty and staff of Kenyatta University School of Law. And in this context, I would like to mention Dr. Faith Kabata and also Professor Thomas Millet. Also, of course, our co-partners, the distinguished panel of judges, legal practitioners, and guest speakers. Your time, expertise, and insights provide invaluable learning experience for our young advocates to be. And to the participants, we commend you for your commitment and your passion to be and to succeed in this important competition. Your engagement here today is a testament to the enduring strength of the rule of law. In this context, let us all not forget that the rule of law and democracy are no static achievements. They are living principles that demand constant vigilance and renewed effort. The pursuit of justice is an active commitment, one that requires critical thinking, informed voices, and a steadfast dedication to upholding the rule of law, which is why today's gathering is so significant. I'm confident that through the impactful work that you will do together during the entire week, you will create a positive effect that will extend beyond this competition. And I quite liked when the president of the committee stressed that AKMCC is actually, it's a community. And for us as Konrad Adenauer Foundation, we live off our networks of legal experts. So take advantage as participants also in this network you are able to create here and make friends, meet people and stay in contact with them, people you might have not met before. So I wish you all success and good luck in this competition, and I thank you very much for your commitment.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stephanie, for the support accorded to the All Kenyan Moot Court competition in Kenyatta University. Another warm round of applause. Thank you so much. At this point, I'd like to invite Professor David Minja, the Executive Dean, who will invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics to give her address.
Our chief guest, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular honor to invite Professor Washeke Wanjohi, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, who is also representing the Vice Chancellor, to come and deliver her speech and also invite our chief guest. Welcome, Prof.
Thank you very much, Dean, Professor Minja, our chief guests, Chief Justice Emeritus, Honorable Dr. Willie Mutunga, the 13th Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Dr. Stephanie Rothenberg, Director, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung Foundations, Rule of Law Program for Agrophone Sub-Saharan Africa, Mr. Victor Dende, Head of Programs, Amnesty International Kenya, Madam Immaculate Wanderi Gure, Partner, Viva Africa Consulting LLP, and Madam Fresia Kuria, the President of AKMCC, the Executive Dean, School of Law, Arts and Social Sciences, Professor David Minja, the Deputy Executive Dean, Kenyatta University School of Law, Arts and Social Sciences, Dr. Tom Ratemo, members of staff of the Kenyatta University School of Law, Arts and Social Sciences, members of staff and distinguished students representing various schools of law and participating in this particular event, our distinguished guests and partners who have been well enumerated by the President. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Before I share what the Acting Vice Chancellor would have wanted to share with you, I just want to say a few things in the interest of time. I know I was supposed to give my remarks, but I'll be very, very brief. I first of all want to say that this is not the first time that I am participating in this event. Those who have interacted with me closely as the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academic and also as Acting Vice Chancellor for close to 1.5 years know the centrality of events that revolve around student growth. I really passionately support them because that is our primary business. And so I really want to thank the President and the team for very, very thoughtful. When I was given the rose, and that's why I've brought it here, I had forgotten that we had already celebrated the International Women's Day. So thank you very much for, on behalf of all the women in this room, to really recognize and honor the women, the mothers, the mentors in this room. And that was very, very thoughtful. Please appreciate our thanksgiving. Oh, please feel free to do the clap. I also want to really appreciate the selection of the team that I don't want to call it entertainment, but I think it was part of driving the theme home. I think that was a great selection. I'm not an actor myself, I'm a scientist, but I think they really drove the theme home. So thank you again for your leadership and the selection of that team. And I don't see them in the room. Please register our appreciation for, I don't think they let you down. They did justice to what you expected them to do. So thank you very much. The third thing I want to say is that for Kenyatta University, while for the School of Law, this is the 14th edition, for Kenyatta University, this fits into what we uphold as a university, where we aim at developing our student holistically. It's not just about attending lectures. It's not just about passing exams. It's not just about doing your cards. It is really about preparing you for the practical world of work. And whereas this is something that has been done by the school for the last 14 years, it perfectly fits into what we push for and what we uphold. And this is why, as Kenyatta University, we have a 6 weeks program, training program, that we call Growing Leaders Program. This is a program that is sponsored by the university, and it is for every student who is registered in Kenyatta University. And those who complete that course, we actually issue them with a certificate. And this is meant to really develop your people skill, develop your leadership skill, and that is why the university is very deliberate in investing in that particular course. Another very unique thing that we do at Kenyatta University, every year we hold a 1-week careers week. And in this, among many other things, we support our students in preparing them for the world of work. We prepare you how to prepare a good CV. We train you on how to present yourself during interviews. We work with partners whom you interact with in different sectors, like the finance sector, the human resource sector, the IT sector. We expose them to all that in addition to the attachments and the internships that we support you in. And I want to tell you, we are very proud as a university, because for the first time, we did a comprehensive tracer studies at the end of 2024, where we really are tracking our graduates in terms of their career development. We are tracking them in terms of job placement. We are also tracking them in terms of the relevance of the training, and in your context, the relevance of the legal training that you receive. And the return was very, very, very encouraging. 21% of those who participated in the survey get placed within the first 1 month. Is that something to clap about? I think so. And 69% get placed within the first 6 months. And most importantly, the training, the placement is relevant to what they were trained to do. In other words, they are not out there selling eggs when they were trained in their legal profession. Previously, we had done tracer studies specifically for the School of Law as a requirement for the Council for Legal Education, and the results were equally encouraging. During the last but one graduation, we also introduced something else, because we want you to give us feedback as Kenyatta University. We introduced what we call graduate exit survey, so that before you exit, please give us feedback. All right? That is what we introduced under my division. And again, we are very, very happy, because we want to make sure that we are training you to meet market needs, not just in the next couple of years, but for a long time, okay? And the results were very, very encouraging. So we are doing a lot of things to support you, get placed well, and we are also doing a lot of things to get feedbacks from you, which we now use to improve whatever areas that we are not strong in. My last fourth point, I really want to thank all the vice chancellors of the 13 universities that allowed their students to participate in this moot court. It is possible to organize an event and fail to get participants. And I have been in this higher education space for now 37 years. I started teaching in 1989, and 18 of those have been in different leadership positions. And I want to tell you the universities have moved from competition to working together. And that is why I want to really thank all the vice chancellors and all the faculty members who have supported their teams to come and participate in this particular event. And for those who are participating, you probably have different objectives, you have a different agenda. But whatever agenda it is that you have, I want to encourage you to take this posture, to adopt this attitude, learning, because learning is a lifelong activity. Maybe you just wanted to win, but if you adopt the attitude of learning, then you'll come here with much variable goods than just winning. But while that is said and done, I want to say may the best team win, and I truly wish you a most rewarding competition as you participate in this exercise. Thank you very much. So allow me now to share with you what the acting Vice Chancellor would have done if he was in this meeting. Good morning. I am delighted to welcome you to Kenyatta University School of Law, Arts and Social Sciences, Parklands campus for the 14th edition of All Kenyan Moot Court Competition 2026. For the 12th year running, Kenyatta University is proud to once again host the All Kenya Moot Court Competition, a premier moot competition hosted and organized by Kenyatta University law students that brings together students from all law schools in Kenya as well as industry players. Specifically represented here this morning are the law schools from University of Nairobi, African Nazarene University, Kabarak University, Chuka University, Kisii University, Egerton University, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, Uma University, Embu, Moi University, Strathmore University, Catholic University, and of course the host, Kenyatta University. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm especially delighted to announce that the 14th edition is a special one, wherein legal experts led by Honorable Dr. Willie Mutunga, the 13th Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, our chief guest, market players, scholars, students will engage in scholarly discourse on this year's theme, Reclaiming Constitutionalism, Advancing Human Rights and Civic Freedoms in an Age of Surveillance and Economic Austerity. This theme invites us to reflect on a question that lies at the heart of democratic governance: how we safeguard constitutional values in times of rapid technological change, economic pressure, and evolving state power. The theme undoubtedly resonates with current issues at the global, regional, and national level. Distinguished guests, when you come to Kenyatta University, you discover that you have arrived at a special place. The university's main campus, which is approximately 20 kilometers away from here, is set on over 1,000 acres with pleasant and serene surroundings conducive to academic and intellectual growth. Kenyatta University is home to some of the world's top scholars, researchers, and experts in diverse fields. We pride ourselves in providing high-quality programs that attract individuals who wish to be globally competitive. To achieve this, we have invested heavily in infrastructure and facilities to offer our students the best experience in quality academic programs and our nurturing environment in which our students learn and grow. According to Times Higher Education, Kenyatta University is currently the leading university in Kenya. Our aim is not only to maintain this position, but to improve further and attain our vision of becoming a world-class university that is committed to quality and relevance. And over the years, the student population at Kenyatta University has tremendously grown, and in particular those undertaking Bachelor of Laws programs. We actually pride ourselves as the leading university in Kenya, offering Bachelor of Law programs, regular and evening programs. We are also looking forward to launch Masters of Law program in May 2026. The university emphasizes on practical hands-on knowledge and skills training. As a result, the courses we offer give our graduates a distinct advantage in the workplace. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather here not only to launch a competition, but to celebrate a tradition that has grown into one of the most important platforms for legal thought, advocacy, and constitutional reflection in Kenya. Over the years, the All Kenya Moot Court competition has become a meeting point for students, for scholars, for practitioners, and institutions committed to strengthening the rule of law and advancing justice in our society. Constitutions do not and cannot defend themselves. They depend on institutions that respect them, citizens who believe in them, and lawyers who are prepared to defend them with courage and integrity. Through mooting, students learn the discipline of legal listening and the responsibility of advocacy and the importance of engaging with the law not only as a technical system, but as a framework for justice and accountability. For this reason, the All Kenya Moot Courts competition remains one of the most impactful student-led legal initiatives in this country. Allow me at this point to express my sincere appreciation to the many institutions and partners who have supported this initiative for over the years. Your partnership reflects a shared commitment to nurturing young legal minds, strengthening Kenya's constitution culture, and creating spaces for meaningful dialogue on governance, justice, and human rights. Through your continued support, whether through mentorship, expertise, or resources, you have ensured that this competition continues to grow in both scale and impact. Asanteni sana. Your efforts reflect the very values of initiative and excellence that this university seeks to nurture. To the law schools represented here today, thank you for consistently answering the call to participate. Your presence reinforces the national character of this competition and strengthens the community of young lawyers committed to advancing justice in our country. And to the participants, this competition presents an invaluable opportunity. Mooting is not simply about presenting arguments. It is about sharpening your intellect, deepening your understanding of the law, and developing the confidence to stand for justice even when the issues before you are complex and contested. The future of constitutionalism in Kenya will depend in a large part on advocates, lawyers like you who are thoughtful, principled, and courageous in the pursuit of justice. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my great honor to welcome our distinguished chief guest, Dr. Willie Mutunga, the 13th Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya Emeritus, Dr. Mutunga's contributions to Kenya's constitutional journey is both profound and historic. As a scholar, civil society leader, and a jurist, he played a pivotal role in advancing the ideals of constitutionalism, human rights, and democratic governance in our country. His leadership during the early years of implementing the Constitution of Kenya 2010 helped the judiciary into a guardian of, helped shape the judiciary into a guardian of constitutional accountability and the rule of law. It is therefore deeply befitting that he joins us today to open the competition dedicated to strengthening constitutional discourse among the next generation of legal minds. Please join me by being upstanding in warmly welcoming Dr. Willy Mutunga to deliver his keynote address.
Please sit, except for the Gen Zs. Oh, Gen Zs. Oh, my God. Okay. Those who are seated, of course, pledge to support your resistance, going forward. Thank you very much. You can sit. Let me quickly do the protocols. I start with the students, all of you, followed by Ms. President Kuria, then distinguished guests, the Dean, Kenyatta University School of Law, the Deputy VC, the Acting Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University. I always get these protocols mixed up, but I wanted to come with a constitutional culture about protocols, okay? Where you start with the people, because we say we the people, and then you end up with those who serve you. Now, I find it very difficult to give this keynote speech. And it reminds me of my experience as a practicing advocate. Once I appeared before 3 judges in a case, it was a case on rule of law for sure. And of the 3, one of them was asleep throughout our arguments. And when the others finished, he woke up because they were now giving a judgment on the preliminary objection. And he said, I've listened to the argument, to the reasons given by learned brothers. There was no woman on that bench. And I have nothing useful to add. It reminds me now, there is nothing that I'm going to say that hasn't been said, because I wasn't sleeping. I was listening, throughout. And the social traveling theater are 2 things that, of course, it gave us the history. But personally, there are 2 things that I liked. One was the twist, because that's what we used to, as Gen Z in the 60s and 70s, twist was great, and they sang one of those songs. And then, since yesterday was the International Women's Day, there is one bit that some of you might have overlooked. The so-called second liberation was actually started or ignited by the mothers of political prisoners. Did you know that? The ones who camped at Uhuru Park with Wangari Maathai and others, and they were tear gas, and they, as women, they stripped, and quite a number of the police officers who were there, ran away. Because it's a curse. If an old woman strips in resistance, it's a curse if you touch them. And it shows that it's very, very serious, that particular issue about nudity. I asked you to read one inaugural lecture by Sylvia Tamale of the University of Makerere University. She traces that culture of nudity and politics and resistance, which might help the Gen Zs when you next go to the streets. Yeah, because I asked the Gen Zs, and one of the things I liked a lot was the leadership was women, young women. Anyway, let me just go back to this keynote speech and try to see whether there's anything I can say that wasn't said, apart from what I've said now. It's a pleasure to be here at Kenyatta University School of Law for the opening ceremony of the 14th edition of All Kenyan Moot competition. I commend the organizers for sustaining this important platform for legal reasoning, study, and the practice of advocacy, constitutional reflection, and the development of progressive jurisprudence under the Constitution of Kenya 2010. I have carefully interrogated the theme you have chosen, reclaiming constitutionalism and advancing human rights and civic freedoms in an age of surveillance and economic austerity. I believe we are reclaiming constitutionalism through robust struggles for the implementation of the Constitution. Advancing human rights and civic freedoms is one of the critical sites for social transformation under the Constitution. And the age of surveillance and economic austerity is one of the consequences of a status quo on the planet that is undesirable, unsustainable, unacceptable. Indeed, we want a planet we wish to see, namely one that is peaceful without wars, that is safe without ecological destruction, that is free of domination, exploitation, oppression, slavery, and that is equitable and prosperous. And that planet that is not sexist, is not racist, is not homophobic, is not xenophobic, and we must realize we are citizens of the world. And the 21st century, in my view, is a century of global solidarities where global citizens can identify their collective enemies. And the growing consciousness among citizens of the world is reflected in some struggles going on, such as genocide in Gaza, Sudan, and DRC. Now, the theme of this competition resonates with me. Indeed, it resonates with the juries, judges, scholars, and all disciplines. It also resonates with our quest to implement the theory of interpreting the Constitution of Kenya, which decrees the invocation of all disciplines in its interpretation. So lawyers, we should cease calling ourselves learned because we are very ignorant of other disciplines. But under the Constitution, you can bring them in as amish curia. If it's a theological argument, and there are many now under the Constitution, as you know, where judges interpret, the Bible or the Quran. But I think that interpretation might be problematic, so it might be good to bring in the experts who will tell you more about the particular verses in the Bible. And also, if you look at Section 3 of the Supreme Court Act 2011, it's the one that says that these disciplines, what the staunch positivists call non-legal phenomena, are important in interpreting the Constitution and also breathing life into it because there's history. Every provision in the Constitution has its history. It's subjective because of that history. Economics, sociology, anthropology, theology. In terms of theology, you can say the Constitution actually has its own theology, philosophy, and then technology that has been talked about here, which is very, 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 very important. So this theory has been accepted by the Supreme Court and it forms a solid basis of our progressive jurisprudence. There was a time in Kenya when constitutional language was constitutional language had little restraining effect on political power. And the traveling theaters, as waded in that history, and I don't really need to go into it. You got they talked about the Kanu dictatorship of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, although they focused on the Kanu Moi dictatorship. They showed, the new leadership. You saw a bit about that new leadership. They obviously you could see the patriarchal point about this guy who becomes minister, and he's very insensitive to the woman in that skit. So anyway, the history, you got a bit of that history, and more particularly the courts themselves. When we say courts should be independent and should have integrity, the history is that the independence of the judiciary for a long time was a euphemism for a judiciary that is enslaved by the powers that be. They would second guess the executive and parliament. And that's the struggle the judiciary has to continue with, because our judiciary is at a crossroads, in my view, and at the crossroads, the judiciary either, becomes the temple of justice that protects the Constitution and the people, or it becomes an appendage of the powers that be. And you see from a lot of the judgments, you see so the judges are very loyal to the Constitution, and then the next day you find a decision that is not I'm particularly concerned by what the magistrates are doing with issues of bond. Okay? If you are asked to pay a bond of 500,000 shillings, the magistrate is telling you that you are guilty and you should start your sentence. And that's not what the bail bond policy says, you know. So there's that struggle within the judiciary itself. It can be its worst enemy. There's still, people in the judiciary who come in, particularly magistrates, they come and they have policemen and they start talking about silence in my court. You see, the 20th Constitution doesn't talk about the courts of magistrates and judges. These are people's courts. So you cannot say silence in my court when the Constitution says that you have delegated sovereign power from, the people. And I think that culture hasn't sunk in. The case of Ahmed Nasir, for example, which a lot of you have followed, is an example of it, where the Supreme Court says you are attacking us, therefore we will deny you presence. We won't hear you. So what does that say about Article 1 and 2 of the Constitution? The citizen is the one who is a supreme sovereign, who has delegated sovereign power to, the judges. How can they tell the individual who has that sovereign power that we can't hear you? So the issues that the practice of law definitely needs to address, because if our institutions become captive, including the judiciary, then you have nobody, no institution standing between you and the fascism that is already here and is all over the world. I just also wanted to say, when I assumed office as the Chief Justice during the early years of its implementation, I understood that promulgation was only the beginning. A constitution may be progressive on paper, but its real test lies in its implementation. Institutions must internalize its values, citizens must understand it, courts must interpret it with both courage and within its vision, objectives and purposes. Implementation of our Constitution is about growing a patriotic national culture based on the observance of the degrees of a transformative Constitution. But as we talk about this reclaiming, let's be honest about one thing. And this is something that Professor Kibwana has repeated and said it again and again. He says the 2010 Constitution was a beautiful baby born on the 27th of October 2010. Beautiful baby. But Kenyans, in our wisdom or lack of it, we handed over the upbringing of that baby to the child traffickers. So what did you expect? And I think that's why the burning political question in Kenya and in terms of implementation of the Constitution is clearly about this struggle for an alternative political leadership, a leadership that is committed to the implementation of the Constitution, a leadership that, as we have seen, wants to change the Constitution before they implement it. That's the story of the BBI, right? And it's also the story of the announcement by MaDVD that, there will be a referendum, during the elections. If you haven't implemented the Constitution, why would you want to amend it? The people who should be amending the Constitution and talking about amendments in Kenya, I think, are the ones who did not participate in its promulgation, because they will have new perspectives to it. But our leadership finds the Constitution inconvenient. There is a great value in the Constitution called public participation in Article 10. Okay, very, 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 very important. And we keep on saying we need to participate. And there are many examples that we are not asked anything. Although the courts have said what public participation entails. If you read the Moi Basin case and the Lapset case, all those cases tell you what public participation means. And now, because of the wars that are happening, what do you think of the military bases that we have, which you don't know anything about? We know there's one in Lamu, there's one in Nanyuki, which is British, but the Americans use it. And now they want another one in Wajir, or two others, Wajir and Turkana. Now, surely we have to participate in those decisions. Because if the war goes on and then Lamu is hit, so where the collateral damages our citizens, our compatriots. And I think this is what the Constitution had in mind, that if you are delegated sovereign power, then you have to be consulted. This is what public interest litigation is about. But because the leadership finds this inconvenient, this culture, mutadu, it has become the mantra for the implementation of the Constitution. And that's what we have to fix. I mean, we have to look at, and those who want to be elected and whatnot. In my view, I don't see as yet, any opposition that is committed to implementing the Constitution. It's just, two factions that I don't underestimate because they occupy the entire space. The barons are very clever. Our own baron, if I might tell you. You know who our baron is? My community? You know him? Okay, so this is how he mobilizes this, and I've told this story. I'm sure it's reached him. When you go to Seikuru in Kitui, River Tana flows through that part, all right? You know River Tana is invested with dangerous crocodiles. But the people there will tell you, when a baron goes to swim, the crocodiles either make way or they protect him. So anyway, I can go and talk about Agwambo and talk about everything else, but I don't have time for that. But I'm saying, as young people, and I've heard a lot of you underestimating the people who are in power. Please don't. They know how to organize politics around ethnicity, religion, etc. Article 91, when you look at it, they have overthrown it. Okay? So, and they have money in the machinery of violence. So don't underestimate them. Don't underestimate prophet of war. He has a following, people who can shampoo the streets of Nakuru when he walks there. For heaven's sake, Jesus Christ didn't get that kind of. We only have a story of Mary Magdalene washing his feet once with perfume, but not on a daily basis. Let me, coming to the end, talk about this issue that has been raised, the issue of technologies, okay? And I invite you to, if you have time, to read a book that was actually published in December last year. This book is by one of our famous professors in East Africa, and indeed Africa and the rest of the world. His name is Professor Karim Hiriji, and has written this brilliant book on AI, and it's entitled Artificial Intelligence, Society and Religion, Crossroads of Algorithm, Neoliberalism and Faith. And this is what he says, just as giving the underlying objective of this book is to promote equality, global peace, harmony, transparency, interfaith, solidarity, and a broad-based awareness so that new technologies like AI can be developed, controlled, and harnessed in the endeavor to tackle problems like hunger, poverty, disease, poor education, misinformation, pandemics, loss of biodiversity, environmental damage, authoritarianism, militarism, responsible consumerism, mental alienation, corporate domination that are facing the human body today. So AI, technologies are basically a double-edged sword. So we have to be, careful. It's very, technology is very useful in areas like health. I had an operation in New York that was robotic. Robots doing and I was told it was safe, and it was safe because I survived. But we know it's the same technology that is being used in missiles and drones, to kill people. And so it's a double-edged sword, and we've got to be aware of that. And talking of the rule of law, technology, as when you look at the judiciary, I remember when we joined the judiciary, a lot of the judges and magistrates still had the long hand, right, where they say what they want to write. And that's why the judges' notes and record became controversial, because people said that it was a basis of corruption, because they would write what they want. So we got computers and so forth, and that was really resisted. There are people who retired, and we found they hadn't opened the cartons where the computer laptops were. But the people who are coming from the universities, from the corporate sector and so forth, had laptops, and that's how things started changing. COVID made it necessary, that there will be virtual meetings, So the judiciary has actually done very well on terms of technology. Whether the judges are using what is it called, Chat, yes, GPT, whether they are using that, whether the students are involved in the fraud and the plagiarism, that is also technology, right? So that particular issue is very, 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 very important. The last thing I wanted to say is about why moot courts matter in the struggle to breathe life into the Constitution and implement it. You have already been told that mooting, trained discipline reasoning, it compels you to argue from principle, it requires you to respect the process even when you feel strongly about substance. These are not barely courtroom skills. They are necessary for sustaining constitutional democracy. They are tools for law in a framework of accountabilities. The scholars interrogate power seriously, and citizens have to participate meaningfully and vigilantly. So in my view, for the students who are gathered here, you are inheriting a constitutional order that was hard-won. Do not romanticize the past, but don't forget it either. Guard your intellectual independence, study deeply, engage respectively, resist fascism, differentiate between reformism and non-reformist reforms. The latter are about changing the status quo, the former about sustaining it. I commend the organizers for creating a forum where these questions can be examined with seriousness and rigor. May this competition sharpen your intellect and strengthen your commitment to justice and constitutional governance. And may this competition continue to mature your intellectual, ideological, and political growth. And thank you, and I wish you a successful competition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You may all take your seats. And at this point, I'd like to invite the Deputy Vice-Chancellor, representing the Vice-Chancellor, to present our chief guest with his gift. Warm round of applause. At this point also, I'd like to invite the President of the 14th edition to present our Deputy Vice-Chancellor with her gift, and to also ask her to receive the Vice-Chancellor's gift. And now we are going to have one final award for the opening ceremony, after which we are going to get a vote of thanks.
Good morning once again. On behalf of the steering committee of the 14th edition, I'm here to present the Spirit of the Moot Award. The Spirit of the Moot Award is normally given to an individual who has not only contributed meaningfully to the success of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition, but whose work as a whole reflects the broader and lasting impact in advancing human rights. This year's recipient truly embodies that spirit. The recipient for this award for the 14th edition is an internationally trained lawyer who, over the course of her career, has worked on policy reform across a wide range of issues, and through her consultancy work, she has supported initiatives ranging from reparations for historical human rights violations, protections for intersex persons, to regional efforts to end child marriage and strengthen democratic participation and legal activism. Beyond her remarkable professional work, the recipient has been a constant supporter of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition. Over the years, she has generously shared her time and expertise by training judges, serving as a judge herself, and consistently making herself available to support the growth of this competition and the development of young advocates. Her willingness to guide, mentor, and encourage participants has greatly enriched AKMCC experience and strengthened the culture of excellence that this moot represents. Through her work in human rights and her dedication to mentoring the next generation of young lawyers, she truly reflects the values that AKMCC seeks to promote. It is therefore my great honor to present the Spirit of the Moot Award for the 14th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition to Virginia Nelda. Please join me in congratulating her.
And the faculty. This is a fantastic competition, and it is simply my great honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And at this point, I'd like to invite Ms. Sandra Loch, Communications Director for the 4th edition, to give a vote of thanks.
Distinguished guests, our esteemed partners, and our cherished participants and students, good morning. Good morning. On behalf of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition, I'd like to extend our heartfelt gratitude for coming here this very day and supporting us and standing with us. It is such an honor to have all of you here. You know, we normally say every good thing must come to an end, but I beg to differ. Every good thing has a beginning, and certainly here at AKMCC, every good thing must continue in memory and in action. So to our distinguished guests, thank you for coming here with us and standing with us. You know, your presence here shows us that justice is a collaborative effort. To our partners, we are very, very grateful for your unwavering support. It is thanks to your commitment and collaboration that we are able to have this magnificent event here today. To every participant and student present here with us, We thank you for standing with us with courage, with passion and conviction. Even as we move to the next chapter of the competition, we'll be having panel discussions later on in the competition. May the conversations that we have here today transform into actions, and may our action transform into legacy. As I said before, every good thing must continue and every good thing must rise, and certainly here at AKMCC, the 14th edition, it grows stronger and louder. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandra. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the conclusion of the opening ceremony of the 14th edition All Kenyan Moot Court competition. I'd like to request all of us to be upstanding as we escort our partners and guests for the official photo session at the Old School. Thank you so much.
Hello, hi. Hi, everyone. So my name is Celine Maina. I used to be the conference director. So what we are going to do now is that we are, as you can tell, we are a bit behind on the timings, but rest assured we're still going to offer quality conversations. So what we're going to do is that we're going to take like a 5-minute health break, and then we're going to come back, do a short panel. We'll make sure it's short so that you have time for tea and lunch. And remember, the panel is on data protection, data privacy, surveillance, and austerity measures, which is part of your question as a researcher, your question as a moot, so pay attention. Be prepared for an engaging and exciting conversation. Meanwhile, we'll play some music to keep you guys company. Thank you so much for understanding, and see you in around 5 minutes. Thank you.
Every little thing you did do to me, it is sweet to me for body. She your love me feel follow me. Wow, 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 wow. Get your bullet, make her go crazy. I'ma get say you sure for me. Say make her withdraw money. Oh Roma, no go downgrade. Make her carry your luggage. I define you for this. For this, I no trouser fit to contain. Your body in a package. So you know, see, I'm falling for love. Overdose me, love they overdose me. Now you, I want me love you, waiting for follow. Overloading, I'll be overloading. Your bank account, money plenty, tell me the amount.
No one told me love would taste like this. Got my money in my pocket like this. Bitcoin get my wallet like this. Wisdom in my knowledge like this. Follow God, I know they follow man. For you, I might have to consider trips to LA taking photographs. You sign by me, then it's an autograph.
Live to die another day for you, baby. Quit my Casanova ways for you, baby. The only time that you say that you hate me is when I take the last slice of pastry. Now I'm on the run. Loving you till kingdom come, but you drive me crazy. Send someone, still my billboard baby. Man, number one, see they be. You they, I mean like by me. I just wanna be there when you need me. Baby, now your matter, I dey sing all day, yeah. Overdosing, body overdose. I'ma say you carry overload, and you know you bad like commando, yeah. Oh Roma, no go downgrade. Make I carry your luggage. I define you for this. For this, I no trouser fit to contain. Your body in a package. So you know, see, I'm falling for love. Overdose me, your love they overdose me. Now you, I want me love you, waiting for follow. Overloading, I'll be overloading. Your bank account, money plenty, tell me the amount.
If you see her no man, tell him she be the one, no. Cause I know in my heart and my soul. If you do me jeje, me self I could be follow, baby. Oh, if I enter your motor, pim pim pim.
go make you to shout. Pum pum pum, pum pum pum. Me I know to like you for my. So now you I want show my mama. Cause I'ma put you in a brand new bima. She go like be my shima.
Initiating rage process.
Now which kind life where I never see? I carry God so I fear nothing. Steady increase in the commas. Original no be parody. You know fit clear for your memory. Whether now winter or summer, I get Papa don't savannah. Living life, see my fire burning bright within the inside me. Smally way they mighty, they never know I color. To the move fine, check and balance everything inside my mind daily. Trust me, you can't fool me. Energy don't got logo. Oh, I'm friendly and conscious. I'm allergic to circles, so I'm not ready for confusion. They're telling me make I show love. Stability on bono. Everything I connect. Things happen inside life. Try that to make I live my life. Dreams come true. If not fight the fight, make you no go tired. Fire they go. You need to put your body and soul. If your worries alone, oh, I don't savannah. Living life, see my fire burning bright within the inside me. Smally way they mighty, they never know I color. To the move fine, check and balance everything inside my mind daily. Trust me, you can't fool me. Energy don't got logo. Oh, I'm friendly and conscious. I'm allergic to circles, so I'm not ready for confusion. They're telling me make I show love. Stability on bono. Everything a connection. I'm not ready for confusion. Now which kind life will you never see? I got it God so I fear nothing. Steady increase in the commas. Comma. Yeah. London. Steady increase in the commas. Comma.
King promise. Oh, sugar cane sweet, but girl, your love is sweeter. So below juice mixed with a little ginger. Oh, girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time from me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Match on your chin, now okay, don't talk. Got me like a thief in the night, long jaw. But you know, say, all of my niggas, them ball. Nothing you go ever need at all. Match on your chin, now okay, don't talk. Taking it a break, at me, I know the rush. Baby, if you want me, catch a rebel, mommy, say, with me. Yeah.
Show me a jigger, let me see. And let me see the woman that is with. I put a couple $1,000 on your wrist. What's on your wrist? Mama, they can't touch you. I ain't never see this kind, babe. We do so kind things, make me feel some kind way. You know I'm not just tryna get laid, cause I know some kind chicks do it for the right pay. Baby, make I fire you with my machine guns. 16 rounds, I be King Kong. Girl, make I sample you my brand new song. Baby, love.
Oh, girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, say you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know. suffer to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you conquer so. Man, them suffer to find your love.
Señorita, mamacita, body bad and the craze for your features. Nice to meet you, Dimisika. Only wanna deceive on my future. Oh, I wanna teach your body a thing or two. If you know the things we'll do, this love will be jump no April Fool. Yeah, girl, some more, you mean second. 5-star boomba, nyata kaba kaba miaka mina ngobe. Oh my, I need my boss, mama. All of my guys are thugs, but you know I'm rude though. I mean, if you wanna give it up, don't trap too much for your love, babe. All of the guys, they want you, but they don't know that I got you. And they never been what we've been through. Cause you're my obsession. When I put you in a right skirt, shawty come and ride in my backseat. Would you tell me what you want, what you fancy? Waiting on my ride like a
taxi. Girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time from me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you conquer so. Man, them suffer to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you conquer so. Man, them suffer to find your love. Girl, you never know, conquer so. Man, them suffer to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you conquer so. Man, them suffer to find your love.
All of them done they notice. I'm not joking. All my guys them know me. Since 06, I've been writing this story. I know be OG, but if you ask them know me. I know they blow trees, only lonely me lonely. Music chose me, just know this and know peace. I dey low key, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, come wine for me slowly. Till eternity, I'm on fire. Till eternity, I'm on fire. My legacy will not die. My family is for life. But them day, would them be? Them go crazy, them go die. Them go say, them don't know. It's in this song. Low key, all of them done they notice. I'm not joking. All my guys, them know me. Since 06, I've been Ghana girl say she want marry me, yo. I hope say she sabi kukuwache. Hope your love go sweet past the shit up. Baby girl, I say your body na killer, oh. Oh, yeah, I beat the diet of your body, oh, only on your body. That girl for the corner, there's somebody made a call, I'm where see the wine, I see fire for her body, oh. And if she follow me, go now, enjoyment go kill, I'm baby girl, you bad, oh. Girl, the way you whine, I demand over you, girl. I demand over you, girl. Say you are my woman, eh, my superwoman. I demand over you, girl. I demand over you, girl. Die for the love, girl, I want me, she want for the dough. Last half for the love, girl, I want for the die for the dough. Die for the dough, girl, I want me, she want for the dough. If I sing for you, you gon' love me, oh baby, love me non-stop. I will love you non-stop. Always press you on top, baby, oh. All over the world, want me, oh. Play the music non-stop. Yell them dance to my song. Yell them shake the bum bum, oh yeah. That girl for the corner, there's somebody made a call, I'm oh yeah. See the wine, I see fire for her body, fire for her body, oh. And if she follow me, go now, enjoyment go kill, baby girl, you bad, oh. Girl, the way you whine, I demand over you, girl. I demand over you, girl. Say you are my woman, eh, my superwoman. I demand over you, girl. I demand over you, girl. For the love, girl, I want me, she want for the dough. Last half for the love, girl, I want for the die for the dough. Die for the dough, girl, I want me, she want for the dough. Girl, I want for the love, girl, I die for the die for the love.
Hi everyone, we're almost starting.
She want marry me, yo. I hope that she sabi kukuwache. Hope your love go sweet past the shit up.
Colleagues, we're almost starting for the first panel. Please settle down. Please settle down. If there is a seat in front of you, could you please occupy it so that you don't seem like an empty room? Songa mbele kidogo tafadhali. I understand that it's almost lunchtime and we'll have our first panel session. It's going to be a brief one right before lunch, so please bear with us. The lunch and the tea break are both there, so please bear with us for now, but let's settle down and get ready for the first panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for waiting. We're going to move directly to our first panel discussion on data protection for the first 40 minutes, after which we're going to go for lunch. So I'm kindly requesting the people seated on that end to move at the center of the hall so that the people coming in can join that side. And the panel is going to be coming in a short while. Thank you.
Hi everybody. If we could just stand up and give a round of applause to our panelists as they come in. Yes. I'll now welcome Joanne to introduce and start our panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I call this panel session to an official open, I want us to have a poll, more like raise your hand if this has ever. Have you ever had a casual conversation with your friend about something random? Let's say a shoe, or rather an international law book. Then 5 minutes later, when you open your phone, you find an ad of that specific thing which you talked about. How many of you has that ever happened to? All right, I see a couple of hands. And if it has not happened to you, trust that it will if you have a device. So looking around, we casually see that our devices are recording us, and they are listening to us and tell us things as adverts when we talk about them. We don't tell them, but we are talking casually and they're listening to us. So this is a clear indication of the device recording us and listening in on us. So the stakes definitely get higher when the entity doing the listening is the state itself, and the tools go far beyond just ads. They go into algorithmic profiling and biometric tracking. So with that in mind, I would like to officially call this panel session to order. Welcome to Kenyatta University School of Law. It is our absolute pleasure to welcome you all to our first panel of the All Kenyan Moot Court competition. And as we dive into the broader theme of reclaiming constitutionalism, advancing human rights and civic freedoms in an age of digital surveillance, emphasis on digital surveillance because this is a data protection panel, and economic austerity. Today's discussion tackles one of our most urgent frontiers in our modern era. Most of you are Gen Zs, right? Yeah, we're in the modern times, so we'll have to talk about the digital trajectory. So, an examination of how the state can balance national security obligations with the constitutional right to privacy and the freedom in the face of emerging AI-driven risks, while promoting accountable, ethical, and digital-based governance in Kenya. To help us navigate these complex intersections of technology, human rights, and law, we have a truly exceptional panel before us. First, I would like to introduce Ms. Aurelia Miheso, the Technology and Human Rights Officer at Amnesty International Kenya. Aurelia brings a truly multifaceted perspective to our discussion today, holding a bachelor's degree in economics and political sciences alongside professional certification as a certified public accountant and certified associate in project management. She has demonstrated exceptional leadership in implementing Amnesty Kenya's international governance project. Her unique blend of finance, operations, and political sciences allow her to bridge a gap between strategic planning and the practical execution of human rights advocacy in the tech space. Please welcome Ms. Aurelia Miheso with a round of applause. Just for identification, she'll just wave. Next, we are honored to be having Ms. Doreen Wanjeru. She's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with over a decade of specialized experience in technology, policy, and intellectual property law. She currently serves as the Assistant Data Commissioner in the Legal Division of the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. Doreen holds a Master's of Law in Intellectual Property and Technology Law from the University of Nairobi and is a Certified Data Protection Officer trained at the Massachusetts University. Beyond her regulatory work, she is a professional mediator and an active contributor to the East Africa Law Society's Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Committee. Please welcome with a round of a warm applause, Ms. Doreen. She'll wave to you. And not to be biased, I started with the women in the house because, hello, happy International Women's Day. And finally, rounding our panel is Mr. Philip Kisaka. He is the Chief Privacy Officer at the DPO 360 Africa Limited, where he leads privacy strategy and regulatory compliance across Africa and globally. With over 7 years of experience in data protection and tech law, he is an expert in navigating both GDPR and Africa data protection frameworks. He has built compliance roadmaps for major organizations, including the MasterCard Foundation and the Office of the Data Commissioner in Zambia. Philip is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, holding an LLB from the University of Nairobi and a Master's in IT and IP Law from the University of East Anglia. He is also a founding member and a Vice Secretary of the Data Privacy and Governance Society in Kenya. Let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Philip. Welcome to you all. To our panelists, we're going to be keeping it focused. Let's dive in, shall we? Now, to kick us off, I would like to start by looking at the legal tools that you already have in place, specifically speaking about the Data Protection Act of 2019. Does it sufficiently safeguard Kenyan citizens against AI-enabled harms like algorithmic profiling, predictive policing, biometric surveillance, and deepfakes? I'll start off with Ms. Doreen. Let's start with you from a regulatory perspective from the ODPC. Welcome.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. I will say the Data Protection Act, while not specifically put in place to address emerging technologies such as AI, it provides a good framework to start with. So because it is a principle-based law, it gives the principles that should be put in place during data processing. And data processing happens with these emerging technologies. So whether it's data minimization, whether it's storage limitation and so forth, lawful processing and so forth, there are guidelines as to how this should be done. It does not necessarily, the thing with the law is, even if we started to amend the law to address AI specifically, by the time we are done amending that law, it will be time to, new technologies will have come, and it will be time to amend it again. It is important to note that the Data Protection Act has provided these principles that should be followed during data processing, has protections of data subject rights, what rights should developers be looking to protect while implementing these laws, while implementing these systems. So the Data Protection Act has protections when it comes to these emerging technologies.
Thank you so much for your comprehensive overview. Yes, we have the data protection, and it offers a foundation and the enforcement operation realities, which are much, there is the enforcement and operational realities which are much more complex. Now, I want us to dig into these realities. Building on that, maybe Ms. Aurelia, I will direct this to you. I would like to hear you from the human rights perspective, representing Amnesty International. How should Kenya constitutionally balance national security obligations with the right to privacy, freedom of expression, and access to information in the age of AI-driven surveillance? Welcome.
Thank you for the question. So first of all, I'd like to appreciate the fact that the Kenyan Constitution in itself provides for national security as a limitation to our rights. And also the same Constitution provides for a right to privacy as one of the fundamental rights in the Constitution. So for us to be able to strike a balance between the two and ensure that neither overrides the other is, first of all, ensuring that the limitation doesn't compete as a right, meaning the provision for the right supersedes the limitation. Yeah, and also the limitation meets the criteria that has been provided for in terms of it is legal, it is fair, it is necessary, and also there are adequate safeguards in the provision for the limitation. That's how, by adopting or embracing the fundamentals that have been provided for in terms of in terms of national security or public interest, then we abide by the 4 key provisions of the Constitution. Thank you.
It is legal, it is fair, and it is necessary. Thank you, Ms. Aurelia. That is well noted. And now on to Mr. Philip, bringing this into the operational realm. Data controllers and the processors are the ones that actually handle these systems. What practical compliance challenges do data controllers face when integrating AI systems into public and private sector operations? Kindly elaborate on this. Welcome.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. By a show of hands, how many of you have interacted with the Data Protection Act? How many of you have filed a complaint with the Data Commissioner? Anyone? Filed a complaint? Not even one? Oh, there's one right there. How many of you have thoroughly understood the principles of data protection in the Data Protection Act? How many of you are interested in data protection? Let's start there. You know, maybe we've lost the room even before we began. So there's what we call the principles of data protection, and the principles of data protection vary in number. Some jurisdictions may have 7, others may have 9. The thing with these principles is that they are universal in nature. When you talk about something like lawfulness, fairness, and transparency, the same principle will be in a country like Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and even up to the GDPR. When you talk about a principle of accuracy, the principle of storage limitation, data minimization, purpose limitation, all these principles tend to be uniform across multiple jurisdictions. The challenge is that when it comes to AI, the principles that govern responsible use of AI have not yet been codified or put in a law that would be easy to reference in Kenya. What do I mean? While it is predictable to know your data protection responsibilities from a data protection point of view, because the law exists, it's very hard for you to understand what your responsible artificial intelligence use requirements would be, because that has not yet been put into a hard law. You look at how the Data Protection Act came into place in Kenya, it was by what we call the Brussels effect. How many of us know what the Brussels effect is? One, Brussels effect. I'm impressed, very impressed. See me after this, okay? The Brussels effect essentially, Brussels, Belgium. I mean, Atwoli says it every time. He's been to Brussels, Belgium. If you don't know it, it's... So Brussels is where the headquarters of the EU is, and that is where the EU passes or pass there. So what happens is, because the European Union consists of over 27 countries, is that a single law passed in the EU tends to affect all other countries that would want to trade with the European Union. What that does is that all other countries that want to trade with the EU would enact an almost similar law to the EU law for them to continue trading with them as partners. Now, you look at the same with AI. AI is moving so fast, and Doreen has just mentioned that you cannot regulate as of today, because you finish passing the law today, tomorrow, new technology, and it is very hard for you to pass that. So the biggest problem controllers and processors are facing is the one, unpredictability of the law, but number two, the very fast trend in terms of emerging technologies and new technologies. And the best way maybe to move around this would be to regulate, or to put in place policy to regulate it at a very high level, rather than to regulate actual technologies.
That's quite interesting. Maybe you could elaborate, for personal reasons, the Brussels effect for me.
All right. So Brussels is not a capital city. It's a city in Belgium. The European Union consists or comprises of 27 countries. It was supposed to be 28, but then because of Brexit, the United Kingdom exited the European Union. Remaining with 20 means that if the EU passes one single law, it affects 27 countries at once. And because they are a very major trading partner with other global countries, it means that other countries would now be forced or compelled to implement laws that almost mirror what has been passed in the EU. So it's like some soft power they have. Soft power because you want to trade with them, you want to sell your flowers, you want to do business with them. We have grants from them, we have all these perks that we get from them. So what happens is that other countries will tend to start applying GDPR-like standards, or a law-like standard that meets the threshold in the EU, because you want to continue trading with them. And that's exactly what happened in Kenya with data protection. And because of that trade and partnership and all that, companies in Kenya, even before enactment of the act, had started complying with GDPR-like standards, just because they wanted to maintain that network. So it applies to any other law that is passed there that tends to have a global effect.
Thank you so much. I understand that now. Now moving on to, while the regulators and the data processors figure out this compliance, or as we have had the ever-evolving state of this compliance nature. Now, the citizens are the ones who feel the impact the most. Now, Ms. Aurelia, please enlighten us on how have the digital surveillance practices been justified under the national security or public order rationales, and how they have affected the civic space, dissent, and public trust in Kenya. Thank you.
I'll first ask a question, and feel free to answer or not answer. So how many of us were on the streets in 2024 and 2025? How many of us installed VPNs on their phones while they were going on the streets? I've seen several installed VPNs while they were going on the streets. So I'll start by saying that so digital surveillance, and in this case, unlawful surveillance, has a very huge chilling effect when it comes to journalists, human rights defenders, and activists. And historically, so surveillance is not just happening now. It's something that started long time ago, the colonial and post-colonial era. But then the surveillance then involved things like, it involved things like people snitching on others, number one, and then tapping of communication, for instance, and then people invading the other parties holding halls or areas where they thought they would intercept them. So now what has happened is that the same surveillance has just moved from physical to digital. So now look, when I started, I said unlawful surveillance, so meaning there is lawful surveillance, right? So we have frameworks that provide for surveillance for national security and public interest cases. And the first one is, for example, the Kenya Information and Communication Act of 1998. There's a provision for interception of communication for national security purposes. Even our Data Protection Act has a provision for, like, there are institutions that can process personal information not abiding to the provision of the Data Protection Act, specifically if that is for public interest. And even public interest is another lawful basis for processing personal information. So the question is, even though there are these legal frameworks that provides for this, there are gaps in that these frameworks do not tell us what is national security and what is public interest. So meaning our government can easily write on the provision to now infringe on our human rights. And that specifically includes rights like rights to privacy, access to information, our freedom of expression. And if we can all remember, during the 2024 and 2025 protests, when there was a lot of usage of AI-generated images, a lot of interception of communication, we found that, guys, we had images generated by AI that some would infringe on other people's right to privacy. We had information leaking anyhowly. So how has all the digital surveillance affected civil societies, human rights defenders, activists? So I've first mentioned that the infringing of our rights definitely mean we are not able to exercise these rights freely. For example, if I knew when there were abductions during the protests, 100% those who lifted their hands that they went on the streets reduced their social media presence. True? That already means that you're not able to exercise your freedom to expression and even your freedom of association, because most of us are being told, oh, you can't go to the streets, it's not safe, you are being monitored, install VPNs. So you see, all that means you're not able to exercise your rights freely. So the first impact of unlawful surveillance is that as citizens, we're not able to exercise our rights freely. Number two is unlawful digital surveillance actually increases or widens the gap of discrimination. Why am I saying so? It's because you find that most of the individuals who are profiled and therefore surveilled on are those that do not have machinery to, number one, defend themselves, and number two, even acquire like legit VPNs, for example. So meaning, as long as there's digital surveillance and it is unlawful, and I am a person who is who's coming from a marginalized area, for instance, or a marginalized population, say I cannot afford a legit VPN, for instance, or I'm not even able to, how can I say, to move from, say, from my location to a safer location, then definitely there is the widening of the discrimination index. And also, the profiling doesn't randomly happen. You'll be profiled based on either your social media presence or even your looks. Just because I have shaggy hair and I'm in a tattered jeans and I'm on the streets and something happens, there's a higher chance that I'll be targeted, and like Philip, who is smart, you get? So there is that. So unlawful digital surveillance has increasingly widened the discrimination index. Then number three, it actually led to a lot of self-censorship. And that, in return, means you are not able to exercise your rights freely. So it's linking you to self-censor yourself, self-censor those you closely relate with. And I'll use an example of some human rights defenders who we got a chance to actually walk through their experiences, and they mentioned that some of them had to move, like to change houses, because once you know you're being targeted, then it means your siblings and even your parents are actually a target. So you'll self-censor yourself in terms of your physical presence, where you spend your nights, where you meet your friends, and how you relate with your family. And then also, in totality, all that, it undermines our democracy. Yeah. So we've been told a good democracy is government for the people, by the people, and the people. But then you see the people who has the sovereign power are actually the ones who face the implications of digital surveillance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aurelia, for that insightful response. She spoke about the AI-generated images that were going around. I know most of you made those caricatures, the AI images caricatures. Yeah, so that is among the how your data has been stored and how it can be used to profile you, to know where you are, know what you do. Because if I asked AI to make a caricature of me, definitely some legal aspect, it will put me in a robe, etc. So since we have highlighted the framework of the Data Protection Act, now let us talk about the hurdles that you face, specifically as the Office of the Data Protection Commission. Now, to Ms. Doreen, what enforcement or regulatory gaps currently limit the effective oversight of the AI systems and emerging surveillance tools under the Data Protection Act? And how can the independence and authority of the ODPC be strengthened to ensure meaningful accountability, since it is the overarching authority that we have in Kenya? Welcome.
So I'll start with the limitations. Um, the Data Protection Act has established the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner as an independent body. And this independence has been illustrated by the determinations that the office has made against both public and private companies, despite how big the private companies are. But now, once such determinations are issued, there needs to be enforcement. And there lies the challenge. Because some of these companies, especially those that are abroad, that process data abroad, their turnover is bigger than the GDP of Kenya. So what do they care about our small determination? So there needs to be cooperation across jurisdictions in order for us to actually have a say. We need a seat at the table. Also now, coming into the country, the emerging technologies are just not under the jurisdiction of the Data Protection Act. They are under numerous other acts, numerous other regulators. So the cooperation between these regulators and how we are enforcing is critical. It is important for us to talk to each other. It is important for us to have one voice. And this is something that we are working on. I wouldn't say we are 100%, but we are trying. Because enforcement is critical for us to be able to have proper compliance. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Now back to the implementation bit. Mr. Philip, how can we embed the lawful data processing principles like purpose limitations, data minimizations, and transparency into AI systems designs right from the outset? Welcome.
Thank you. I was scrolling my questions. Was that one there?
Yes, yes,
I joke.
definitely.
So we have purpose limitation. I mentioned that we have a number of principles of data protection. Remember, these are global principles of data protection. All we've done is that we have adopted them in the local context. So on purpose limitation as the first principle, we need to clearly define why data is being collected, and then we also need to restrict use. When CJ Emeritus was giving his remarks, he talked about ChatGPT, ChatGPT. And he mentioned that a lot of plagiarism, fraud is happening in those spaces. He sounds like a typical older generation person. I know most of us use ChatGPT. I, for one, have paid the highest premium version of ChatGPT, and I use it in my office, and all my staff do use it. But we have one rule, that one, we do not use it for critical client information. So we'll never upload critical client information. And number two, we'll never use it for our first draft of anything. It is meant to help and augment your research or the document you're preparing. And this is informed by the fact that we have read the terms and conditions in ChatGPT. If you're here and you're using the free version of ChatGPT, just know that your data is being kept indefinitely, one. Number two, it is being used to train models. Number three, it is very hard for you to delete a trail of your data from their servers. I don't know if we know that. And probably we know, but we don't care because, saving the portal, grades are important, and what have you. So the very first thing for you to know is, or for them to do, is to clearly define why data is collected and restrict use. The challenge is that while they might do that, we as users never take the time to read terms and conditions. By a show of hands, how many of you have ever read a terms and conditions? When was the last time you read a term and condition? Terms and conditions. Last time, 1 week ago? 1 week ago? For the many apps you have in your phone, how many of you have read the terms and conditions extensively? How many of you know that Safaricom can reclaim their number today and you have no recourse? They can just take your number. They say, today we are taking this number from you. And you can't complain. So it's very important for us to read these terms and conditions, especially for any AI-based usage system. Number two is on data minimization. And minimization essentially means collect only what is necessary. Collect only that which is necessary. In the tech world and now in the data protection space, the more you collect, the more you have to protect. It's a very simple rule. The more you collect, the more you have to protect. And therefore, it's very important for these AI systems to only collect that which is necessary, number one, and number two, to implement what we call anonymization. I don't know how many of you are following current news, and you saw the other week Safaricom was given authorization by the Central Bank of Kenya to hash phone numbers, especially when you're paying via till. Back when I was a younger man, I'm not old, I promise you I'm the youngest on this, except maybe for a moderator. There was this thing that people used to go to, M-Pesa shops, and then being enterprising young men, not me, this is someone else's story, I promise. They would go and wait for a pretty lady to leave the M-Pesa shop or to pay via till. And then they would go and find the number and say, hi, I saw you at this and this shop. I wanted to say hi. Do you guys do that thing? You don't do that, right? So data minimization and anonymization, which is part of data minimization, is important because then it allows that data that has been collected by an AI system to be used for the specific purpose that it was meant for, and that there would be no what we call as what we know as function creep. So this data is not used for anything else in that regard. Number three is on transparency, and this is essentially linked to purpose limitation. And this is where they need to also provide disclosure and meaningful explanation for automated decisions. How many of us are on HELB? HELB? How many of us have heard of the means testing HELB model, where based on what you've described your household as, your parents, your siblings, then they determine what amount they give you? How many of us have heard of it? We must have heard of it, right? And we do know that there's a lot of pushback by civil society. I know Amnesty is at the front of that, and other civil society organizations. A lot of pushback on the transparency that is being deployed in this thing. How transparent is it? How fair is it when you are forced to fill all these details or this information for you to be granted an education loan that you will eventually still pay back? I know most of us don't like paying debts. Me, I pay back my debts, but I know many people don't like paying debts. But then why would you be subjected to all this without there being any transparency behind the model that is being applied in the back end? And therefore, it's very important for them to describe, or any AI-based system, to provide a meaningful explanation for automated decisions. And one very recent one that has just been deployed, I think this morning, is the NTSA cameras and instant fines. So NTSA is saying right now, if you speed in a road or in a place that has a speed limit, they will send you an instant text that you need to pay this amount of fine. And some people are joking that you'll just look at your phone and you find a prompt has been sent. They're just saying, put your PIN, like tusisumbuane. You just enter your PIN, pay this fine, and go on with your journey. And they say if you don't pay within 7 days, it earns interest. And they say if you don't pay, you cannot access any service on NTSA, including renewal of your driving license. The challenge with this is that one of the flex they have flexed with is that there is no human intervention. And we already see a danger in that. While they feel like saying there's no human intervention means that you'll not be victimized by a police officer if you don't give a bribe. But who trains these AI systems? Who inputs the bias in them? Because they have to be trained to know that this is a number plate and it belongs to so-and-so, and this database is linked to this database. So transparency includes giving explanations where the decision does not make sense. And therefore it's important, and those are just a number of examples. The pervasiveness of AI systems right now would shock you. It's just that maybe we don't have enough time to go through it. But transparency stands at the top of all these three I've talked about. On purpose limitation, data minimization, it is important for you to know. But number two, as a citizen and as a learned friend, as CJ Emeritus put it, you have the responsibility to move the extra mile and seek for this transparency, not to just sit back. For the longest time, we're always like, if it doesn't, because I have nothing to hide, I'm not afraid of surveillance. Because I have nothing to hide, I'm not afraid of them seeing my communication. But then when you begin to understand it does not just affect your communication, it affects the very essence of your livelihood, your economic ability, then you begin to think about these things differently. Thank you.
Definitely, ignorance is not our portion as legal minds. Speaking on the disclosure and the transparency, Ms. Aurelia, what human rights safeguards should be mandatory before the states deploys these AI-driven security technologies? Welcome.
I would like to repeat my first statement or my opening remarks to the panel. So I had said that despite national security and public interest being provided for by various legal frameworks, there are 4 principles that has to be abided with. And the first one, I said, it is the legality of the whatever is being argued as a national security. So in this case, we have a digital surveillance technology that has to be deployed against, for example, the protesters, and the argument is that it is a threat to our national security. So looking at the first principle, which is legality, is that this principle requires the states to ensure that while deploying that, there is no interference with any of the rights provided for by the Constitution. So that's, I leave that a question mark, a rhetoric question, whether the deployment of the surveillance that was used during the protest was abiding to that or not. Then number 2, the necessity of why that has to be deployed. So, and again, the state has to prove that with the deployment, it is necessary and it won't affect the democratic society. The other one is proportionality. So you want to infringe on my right to privacy because you suspect I am part of, for example, part of Al-Shabaab. So do you have you gathered enough evidence for you to actually employ whatever surveillance you want to use on me? And that's why even the National Intelligence Service Act provides that before deploying these surveillance models on the citizens, they actually require a court order. Yeah? But then, the court, and when you read more about the act and the provision of that, is that the court order has to be very specific on, for example, if you want to surveil my my social media presence or say my financial transaction, then the court order has to be very specific on what you have to surveil on. Now, in terms of what human rights intervention that the states need to put in place is, first of all, to ensure that there is appropriate legal protection. So yes, you want to deploy surveillance, but then am I protected as a citizen against any harms that will come with the whatever surveillance model that you want to adopt? Then number 2, is this model enhancing discrimination, or is it actually widening the gap or the index for discrimination? And then, are there enough oversight and accountability mechanisms in place to ensure that there is no misuse of the provision of the legal provisions by our Constitution, by the various acts that are in place? And is the digital surveillance technology being employed transparent enough? I won't insist on that because Philip really gave a whole example on that. And then also he mentioned about limitation of the data and the scope that that is required for the deployment of any digital surveillance model. And then also, which is key to our discussion, which is key to Amnesty Kenya's work, is that are we respecting the fundamental human rights while deploying any digital surveillance model? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aurelia. That was very insightful. Now, as we enter the final stretch of our conversation, it is important that we anchor everything back to the broader theme of reclaiming constitutionalism. We have talked about the gaps. Now, we always say the Constitution is a living document that must advance our human rights and civic freedoms in this complex age of digital surveillance. Let's not just dialogue on the gaps, but also now let's boldly talk about how we can chart a constitutionally sound path forward. Now, with that in mind, let's finish up with a rapid fire round, where I would like each panelist to take about 3 minutes to give your responses on the following considerations and your closing thesis. Now, should Kenya adopt a dedicated AI regulatory framework? And what constitutional safeguards should anchor it? And now, ultimately, what reforms are necessary to ensure that digital transformation enhances civic spaces, democratic resilience, and public trust, rather than suppressing them? Maybe we can start with Ms. Doreen.
I think you'll allow us to just repeat the questions.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
3 questions that I go.
It's
So just ask one.
2 questions.
Yeah,
okay.
2 questions
2
that I
questions.
go. That, yeah.
Now, should Kenya adopt a dedicated AI regulatory framework, and what constitutional safeguards should anchor it?
We have an AI policy. We have
Yes.
not even implemented the AI policy. And that is kind of the softer kind. You know, we do not understand fully what AI is. And regulating something that you do not understand is really difficult. So I do not think it is time. And the thing with Kenya is our problem has never been the laws. The laws are there. We have multiple laws. But that implementation part of it, that's what we're struggling with. So if we can even at least, you see, even Dr. Mtunga talked about wanting to amend our constitution when we've not even tried it. So I think let's do the AI policy first, see how that goes, understand what we are legislating before we legislate it. I think that would be.
Okay, Ms. Aurelia, your take on that?
Mine will be a bit selfish. I don't think Kenya should have a dedicated AI framework, specifically because AI is just a technology like any other technologies. And just to echo what Ms. Doreen said, is that we already have frameworks that have provisions for all this. So what will be different with the AI policy that is not in the Data Protection Act, for example? Because all that revolves around personal data and processing of personal data. So my recommendation will be, we do not need a whole AI framework or a policy, but we just need to look at the legal frameworks that are available, and if there is need, have amendments on different sectional provisions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Aurelia. Mr. Philip, let us know your take.
As that good judge said when CJ was appearing before, I have nothing useful to add. I was not sleeping, but useful to add here. But I do agree that we might not need it at this point. And it's up to us to, first of all, implement whatever safeguards are in all existing frameworks, and then find where the gap is. And if it is not possible to include this through amendments, then maybe, just maybe, we might have to legislate those through a policy or something of that sort. But in the meantime, I think let us try as much as we can from these other existing safeguards.
Thank you so much. I hope everyone has been able to hear on that. We can have a closing thesis from each and every one of you. We'll start again from you, Ms. Doreen. Some closing remarks.
I think I want to first clarify the national security exemption. You remember all the principles that Philip talked about. The national security bodies are not exempt from the principles. So they have to actually implement the principles that are provided for in the Data Protection Act, even during surveillance. So the problem that we're having now is that you guys are not testing the law enough. You're not asking the courts to interpret the law. Because you see, we have good laws, but we do not know what the court is going to interpret them as. So some of you that participated in the protests, did you go to court and ask about the national security exemption? How far does it go? We need to test the law, and that is my challenge for the upcoming legal generation. Even as you moot, know that in the real world, you're coming to test the law for the rest of us, as those that understand technology.
So for me is that even though we have these limitations, especially when it comes to digital surveillance, but my call or my remark is that those limitations shouldn't be competing with the provision of the rights. They should remain as limitations. And also, in a nutshell, is that we should be able to learn, relearn, and unlearn, and in our various spaces, ensure that we are creating spaces that enhance or provide for opportunities to actually uphold human rights and rather infringe on them. Thank you.
I'll make mine more practical. All of us at one point or another want to graduate. How many of us want to transition to Kenya School of Law? Okay, how many of us do not want? Like this is, after this now you want to find something to do and start life. She's honest. And that takes me to my first point, is that all these discussions we are having on surveillance, AI, data protection, has brought out a new practice area. Not just as specialists in data protection, but also as surveillance, I don't want to call experts, but it has brought about careers around surveillance, data protection, AI, responsible AI use. And this is that time when you need to make that decision on what career path do you want to advance or to pursue in this space. I, for one, joke on this. Very recently, Okia Mtata had gone to court and he had said that he wanted the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner disbanded and the Data Protection Act declared invalid. So of course on this panel today, me and Ms. Doreen would not have jobs, would be unemployed, and would form part of that index of unemployed people in Kenya. And therefore, it has, one, created an opportunity for employment, and this is the time. Like I go into forums in schools. Last week we were at Nairobi University for an essay competition on data protection. And the minds and the thinking of the students in that room really made me panic, because I was like, in another 10 years, if I don't up my game, these are the people who are gonna come, take our jobs. Just the way we did with our seniors, who didn't put in any effort in that space. So to make it practical, one, this is a space that you can actually practice in. It's not theoretical. That we are talking about surveillance and you're talking about AI and principles and you're like, what animal is this? This is a time for you to innovatively approach this space. Number two, you need to be comfortable with finding mentorship in this space. That there are not so very many people in this space. When I met Doreen today, we were laughing and saying that we've met in so many panels and discussions. Like this, the industry is very small. You can almost know that the next panel will, if I'm called, I'll be with so-and-so. Aurelia will be there from Amnesty, or Victor. ODPC will have to send someone, and they're the same people. It's a very small space. So if you access mentorship from that space, then you're able to know, one, how to secure yourself. It's just the way lawyers are it's a community. One lawyer is arrested and all lawyers will flock that police station. So that sense of community and just putting in your best and saying that, look, I might not know everything in this space, but then I am willing to learn a bit more, would go a really long way. And finally, if I don't say this, the chairperson of the society I represent is watching. It goes back to my performance. So I'm a member of the Data Privacy and Governance Society of Kenya, and we have a student chapter. And I would encourage all of you, I don't know, is there any member of that society here? Or one, two, yeah, a number of you are here. So I'd encourage you, I'll spend a few minutes staying back. If you're not a member of that society, it provides a lot of insight on a lot of the things we've discussed here and even more. We have CPDs monthly. There are free webinars. There are opportunities for you to not only learn litigation in terms of this space, but for you to also learn how surveillance operates or surveillance works, how data privacy works, and for you to get that opportunity to know if you are to pursue a career in this space, what then would you need to be looking at. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you again.
Thank you so much. Thus, in conclusion, we have learned that there is national security exemptions and that we're not testing the law enough. Ms. Aurelia said that the limitations that are in place should not be competing with the rights that have been established, as well as Mr. Philip emphasizing that this is a new practice area that needs further exploration. With that, is there just a burning question from the audience that we can take? Yes, please. You can ask. Tell us your name and your question. Come, you can.
Hi. Okay, I'm Zoleta Tieno. You have mentioned something dealing with the data privacy and the data notation. Now, you have said like you have not implemented some things. So my question is, when are you planning to implement the DEI so that we can come out of this data box, of this black data box, whereby you can find out okay, the CCTVs has been implemented, right, in the street, but have you ever asked yourself how many numbers of street children or street people are being lost during the day or even during the night? Second, there this data notation of youths being lost daily. Now, if you and you have not mentioned the kind of the DEI, so when are you planning to implement the DEI in the AI data notation?
Thank you so much.
That's a powerful question.
Please.
Very powerful question. I think I will help Ms. Doreen because she's the only regulator sitting here. So I think you're talking about one, DPIA, probably if I'm not mistaken. And number two, when you mention black box, what comes to mind is the way the AI systems are deployed. We do not tend to understand the reasoning behind that bias. So you've brought in a bit, one or two things. So I'll allow her to talk about the DPIA and what ODPC is doing with DPIAs. But in terms of black box, as I mentioned, again, as learned friends, we really need to make sure that we are the ones asking the questions on things like transparency for these systems. How do we ensure they are transparent? And are they providing us with sufficient information when they use things, for instance, the CCTV you've mentioned, for traffic offenses and the like?
The question was on DPIA. What is the DEI? Sorry, could you say it in full? So I'll start with that would not fall under the Data Protection Office because we are our concern is personal data and not necessarily the records that would fall under another regulator. So as the Data Protection Office, we do not hold any data. What we do is that we oversight how personal data is processed by either public entities or private entities. So if the records company is implementing, say, or is implementing a record of citizens, then that's when we would require, we would oversight them to ensure that that record of citizens is compliant with the principles of the Data Protection Act, protects the rights of the people, and that's where we would require for them to do a data protection impact assessment to show what this system is, what are the risks, does it pose any high risk to the rights of individuals, and what are the mitigation measures that they would put in place in order to address those risks. And the thing with the DPI is that 60 days prior to the beginning of that process, you're required to submit your DPI with the office to review and see if those measures are robust enough to address the risks that it poses. No, it is not implemented by the Data Protection Office because we are only concerned with the regulation of all personal data. We are not the, how do you explain this? We're not the, that would be the census. Yeah, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. No, I'm saying it is not, it does not fall within our mandate of the Data Protection Office. It follows within, you know, there are numerous regulations in the regulatory space.
Okay, I think we'll wrap it up at that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this panel session. On behalf of the All Kenyan Moot Quotes Competition 14th edition, I would like to thank our panelists for the insightful responses you've given us. Please join me in thanking them with a round of applause. Thank you so much. I have been your moderator. My name is Joanne Bikeri Mogeni, and well, I'd like to welcome the president to award our panelists, Ms. Frasha Kuria, kindly.
Hi everyone. So we are finally done with the first segment. We have another panel discussion in the afternoon, but for now, let us break for lunch. We prepared food for you on the other side of the school, so feel free. You can take the stairs, you can take the lift, and I will allow Aisha to pray for us as we wait for food.
Before we pray, I'd also like to add that the next conference panel is on confronting sexual and gender-based violence during civic resistance. I believe it's one of the most engaging panels we have, so let's all be back here within 45 minutes after lunch. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, come before you this day. We pray for the food that we're about to eat. May that the good will be There's no darling with us.
Jofumi Jackpata, I dey go Ghana. You never thought you dey from papas. Which kind money we never see before. Cause hello me, got me feeling I'm the one. Ajay, can never take my cake away. Ajay, you can't count my grace. I just did my lane. Me no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, no one hear what they want. Telling me could deny my fantasy. They want to check if my tap in no wrong. But it dey rush quite well, it be much. Now gotta make my tap in the rush. The kind money we touch, yeah. It dey rush quite well, it be much. No be hype, everybody they crush. There's no darling with us. Cause it dey rush quite well, it be much. Now gotta make my tap in the rush. The kind money we touch. It dey rush quite well, it be much. No be hype, everybody they crush. There's no darling with us. There's no darling.
And I've been living fast life, but I see it in slow. Oh no, and you see my lifestyle, I got G's in the double. See many people there outside where they feed man's oboe. Oh no, and me I stand the defender like Joseph Yobo. But girl say she want Netflix and chill, so I chatty get even warning. If you fall in love, Kelly satin. You go to breakfast, I'm not capping. Can you see dripple, I'm not catchy. I'm not faking this, no fugazi. You see these feelings, I'm not catching. I'm a quest and feet, I just want it.
Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I care for the night. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I care for the night.
F-I-N-E-S-S-E, if it be the reason why your baba want to jealous me. If you want to take I'm serious, I do top speed. No fit to resonate, I'm on a different frequency. I don't think it's necessary. I'll be damned if there's somebody that could do like me. When I be like Musala coming off the right wing, I cut to your defender, you no need to down me. I'm a horse, finesse. And you know send me, I must not. Now you can let I go carry go. If me I got money past you, if you're not careful, finesse. You know send me I must not. Now you can let I go carry go. If me I got money past you, if you're not careful.
Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I care for the night. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I care for the night. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I care for the night. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I care for the night.
Ẹ má fẹjọ́ mi sùn wọ́n. Ẹ má fẹjọ́ mi sùn wọ́n.
Yeah. Yeah. Baby, you know that I'm in a choco. Baby, you know that I'm in a choco. Baby, you know that I'm in a choco. Angelina, you the cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina, with my Angelina. Oh me all down. Anytime when I see you for the club or the television, your body. Sure you know say the thing when you carry 50 kill somebody. You know I feel a vibe, you feel a vibe, so baby whine about me. Yeah, and I know you shy, but it's cool when we're making love. On the low, 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 on the low. Angelina, you the cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina, I'm a Angelina. Oh no, so when I want to come out, make a signal you. Why you want to request on me like I interview? I'm tryna put a ring on your finger too. And be a better guy, be a better guy. On the low, 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 on the low. Angelina, you the cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina, I'm a Angelina. Jesus.
Big Smosa.
Cool my tension. I'ma give me a love you like your body, they call my attention. Big ways, fine face. I no go lie for you, I don't base for you. I'ma get a dog base for you. Follow me, make we chop life for Dubai. Anything you want, girl, I go buy. You they put me for high tension. This one, I'm my confession. We go do holiday for Mumbai. Anything you want, girl, I go buy. You they put me for high tension. This one, I'm my confession. You got me like
Dites-moi d'où il vient, enfin je saurai où je vais. Maman dit que lorsqu'on cherche bien, on finit toujours par trouver. Elle dit qu'il n'est jamais très loin, qu'il part très souvent travailler. Maman dit travailler c'est bien, bien mieux qu'être mal accompagné, pas vrai?
Où est ton papa? Dis-moi où est ton papa? Sans même devoir lui parler, il sait ce qui ne va pas. Ah sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché?
Ça doit
faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai
compté mes doigts. Hey.
Où t'es papa, où t'es? Où t'es papa, où t'es? Où t'es papa, où t'es? Où t'es, où t'es papa, où t'es? 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 Où t'es, où t'es papa, où t'es?
Qu'on y croit ou pas, il y aura bien un jour, on n'y croira plus. Un jour ou l'autre, on sera tous papa, et d'un jour à l'autre, on aura disparu. Serons-nous détestables? Serons-nous admirables? Des géniteurs ou des génies? Dites-nous qui donne naissance aux irresponsables. Ah, dites-nous qui? Tiens, tout le monde sait comment on fait des bébés, mais personne sait comment on fait des papas. Monsieur, je sais tout en aurait hérité. C'est sa folle sucette de son pouce ou quoi? Dites-nous où c'est caché. Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois qu'on a bouffé nos doigts. Hey!
Où t'es?
Papa, où t'es?
Où t'es?
Papa, où t'es?
Où t'es?
Papa, où t'es? Où t'es? Où t'es? Où papa, où t'es?
Où t'es?
Papa, où t'es?
Où t'es?
Papa, où t'es?
Où t'es?
Papa, où t'es? Où t'es? Où t'es? Où papa, où t'es? Où est ton papa? Dis-moi où est ton papa? Sans même devoir lui parler, il sait ce qui ne va pas. Ah sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché? Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts. Hey.
Où est ton papa? Dis-moi où est ton papa? Sans même devoir lui parler, il sait ce qui ne va pas. Ah sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché? Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts.
Hey!
Où t'es?
Papa, où t'es?
Où t'es?
Papa, où t'es?
Où t'es?
Papa, où t'es? Où t'es? Où t'es? Où t'es?
Où t'es?
Papa, où t'es?
Où t'es? Où t'es?
Normally, normally, normally.
It's DJ Bones.
When your baby come and simmer down. No, I never come to fool around. You and only you go be my baby. Come and tell me how you feel the sound. Tell me it's enough to give me my baby. Anything you want, you gonna get. Normally, anything you want, you know go bad. Normally, anything you want, you can put it all on me. Anytime when you really want surgery. See, I'm the one that's gonna show you love. Show you love until the wheels come off. Show you what it means to hold you down. No other girl go fit to wear your crown. Oh yeah, baby, come and simmer down. No, I never come to fool around. You and only you go be my baby. Come and tell me how you feel the sound. Tell me it's enough to give me my baby. Oh yeah, baby, come and make us celebrate. Oh yeah, baby, come and make I tell you this. Nobody go there, we go fulfill your needs. Only you go be my only remedy. So girl, come cool me down. Checking my temperature. Only this always we go they cool my mental. Say come cool me down. Checking my temperature. Only this always we go they cool my mental. Anything you want, you gonna get. Normally, anything you want, you know go bad. Normally, anything you want, you can put it all on me. Anytime when you really want surgery. See, I'm the one that's gonna show you love. Show you love until the wheels come off. Show you what it means to hold you down. No other girl go fit to wear your crown. Oh yeah, baby, come and simmer down. No, I never come to fool around. You and only you go be my baby. Come and tell me how you feel the sound. Tell me it's enough to give me my baby. Oh yeah, baby, come and simmer down. No, I never come to fool around. You and only you go be my baby. Come and tell me how you feel the sound. Tell me it's enough to give me my baby. Normally, 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 normally.
Young nigga from the ghetto where no money day. My brothers stay for prison, they been doing long time. They see me on the telly, they want shall I I pull up in a beamer, them all of mine. Them I used to call me run away. Me I did my day. Them say I did waste my time. They just want to see me fade away. On my kilo day. She now you they waste your time. Them say I told them for my day. I tell her say I you bemechi. You know I get it plenty enemies. They wanna take away my energy. I just want to the ball like a baraji. Small money make a flex on Dorati. Like I let them say yeah to date. Me order my azu like a allergy. I don't know why they want to take away my legacy. Missing my Mattel and Hennessy. Missing my Mattel and Hennessy. When I day for the street, no Givenchy. Shout out to my friends and my enemies. Shout out to my friends and my enemies. Them say I to the former dedeji. I tell her say I you bemechi. You know I get it plenty enemies. They wanna take away my energy. I just want to the ball like a baraji. Small money make a flex on Dorati. Like I let them say yeah to date. Me order my azu like a allergy. I don't know why they want to take away my legacy. Missing my Mattel and Hennessy. Missing my Mattel and Hennessy. When I day for the street, no Givenchy. Shout out to my friends and my enemies. Shout out to my friends and my enemies.
Tell me where you day. Last Saturday, I go meet you there. Cause I miss you every day. Call me any day, I'll be on my way. I'm one call away, no matter the situation. Girl, I'm not sure, keep my action. Don't do too much, I love you with passion. Jessica, Jennifer, family last shot. I will soon be like no more fornication. You run up, baby, my son. Girl, I want some. I say now you, only you, I want the sanction. Yeah, I'm all yakba for my catalog. When I only you, what I want for my mansion. Girl, I'm not here to they confuse you. Girl, I'm only here to they convince you that I love and I need and I miss you. Me, I love your body and your melanin. Follow me, go, give me ginger. Taking me high when my energy low. I never love you, finish, oh. Don't leave me, oh, Roma. Baby, let me take you to Ibiza. Let me put a ring around your finger. If you make the memory to linger, I will give you anything you want. If I go there and I go galant, I no go fear. You do me tumba, but I don't care. I mean my feelings and I just want to make you know. Tell me where you day. Last Saturday, I go meet you there. Cause I miss you every day. Call me any day, I'll be on my way. I'm one call away, no matter the situation. Girl, I'm not sure, keep my action. Don't do too much, I love you with passion. Jessica, Jennifer, family last shot. I will soon be like no more fornication. You run up, baby, my son. Girl, I want some. I say now you, only you, I want the sanction. Yeah, I'm all yakba for my catalog. When I only you, what I want for my mansion.
Your apology, just let me be, just let me free. Give me a little space, step back, let me breathe. Yeah, you the cold shoulder, I really hope you free. Until you burn, almost have me in Burberry. Turn you to a brother, ain't tryna get married. Wanna trap me, cause the money unheard. Burn you to a god that I'm not soon buried. This shit piss me off, you're too suspicious. Too ridiculous, love ambiguous. Now we broken up, and I can't fix you up. Way past giving up. Your face twisted up. You called I can't pick up. Said I broke your heart. Said I damaged your heart. Tryna make me the bad guy. And I miss my one touch. Goodbye. This is one more. Too much. This is one more. X. This is one more. Yes. And now you miss my one touch. Hello. This is one more. Too much. This is one more. Next. This is one more.
Oh baby please, oh baby please. You know say me I no like bad energy. Oh baby please, you so picky and I noticed it. And I saw more on I keep me, my love trigger me. I know they like to the phone gangsta, but the girls where I love but don't balance me. They don't need the way, bad belly throw away, carry your load to go sick way. One pretty girl, too many problems. I need many girls, make money solve them. Free petty girl, I'm 10 over 10, I no care, I don't worry them. Yeah. Imi take back elements. Party me jack, I love flex. Yeah.
digress. I wanna know what's the reason why you move it slow? As you move, no, they cross my leg. Shorty nonsense, my best to mommy. My best to mommy. If you get the problem, my best to mommy. My best to mommy. I divide my own demons. Don't you see? Don't know, don't you see if you get the problem? My best to mommy. My best to mommy. No.
Oh yeah, mami, Joko, to mami, go. And I know for life for you, mami, yo. Go loco, pa me, yo. I mean, not the love, but then try me, yo. Say my kind life, no, they funny, yo. Many things I sing, feed up by me, yo. Big money, man, nothing tiny, yo. I mean, not the take, man, I find my own demons, yeah. Keep the bad energy going, yeah. Play with no time when you see us, yeah. We got the right energy on, yeah. Bust to the rhythm, nothing long, yeah. We the fly with the thing on, yeah. And who know they grind, know they belong, yeah. Bad energy, you know, come aside.
Shorty nonsense, my best to mommy. My best to mommy. If you get the problem, my best to mommy. My best to mommy. I divide my own demons. Don't you see? Don't know, don't you see if you get the problem? My best to mommy. My best to mommy. No.
If you live this kind of life, I don't leave you, go no. Man, I leave, I don't send no person. Send me, I don't send no man. I don't live my life on a low, I need a show. Steady bank cruise. Man, I find my own demons, yeah. Keep the bad energy going, yeah. Play with no time when you see us, yeah. We got the right energy on, yeah. Bust to the rhythm, nothing long, yeah. We the fly with the thing on, yeah. And who know they grind, know they belong, yeah. Bad energy, you know, come aside.
Shorty nonsense, my best to mommy. My best to mommy. If you get the problem, my best to mommy. My best to mommy. I divide my own demons. Don't you see? Don't know, don't you see if you get the problem? My best to mommy. My best to mommy. No.
Case. Turn up the rhythm, yeah. Wind up my charging. No negotiations. Give you the latest. Doing the most for you, lady, no hesitation. Minding my business, but now you are the chase. No ask where I go, I'm going your way. The feeling they top of my mind. Baby, know they look time. I go fulfill your days, I'ma make it right now. You they give me love, I know what fi buy you. With a different realm, with a different time zone. The lady so much great, girl, I'm pleasure my own. Now only you, they make my world go. As long as we get days, I'ma make it right now. And you see your baby, go make it on. While we levitate. Your body done do me more bit. If the right things, they are good day. Cut the long talk, girl, I'm coming your way. Rope it. The body done catch me more bit. Count on me, make you best me your way. Now you could they tell how the gas be. As Mr. DJ, they put for replay. Now you they give all the things I won't feel. Baby, make you take up my days. I know if you wait, cause it's happy no day. I know they less stress, with you man I'm blessed. I know go wait till money don't pay. I just they count to go take a long way. And now they show you, they make me feel blessed. I get rotate, get low shake. She not for Ghana where you carry this waist. And if one pop, if it pop for ace. Thought me, no complaint. And my girl take up, man, don't complain. When the body pull up, you they cure my pain. And I know if it pass you like my Mary J now. Say for this matter, if you take all my day now. Your body done do me more bit. If the right things, they are good day. Cut the long talk, girl, I'm coming your way. Rope it. The body done catch me more bit. Count on me, make you best me your way. Now you could they tell how the gas be. I get rotate, get low shake. She not for Ghana where you carry this waist. And if one pop, if it pop for ace. Thought me, no complaint. And my girl take up, man, don't complain. When the body pull up, you they cure my pain. And I fit pass you like my Mary Jane now. Say for this matter, you fit take all my day now.
ẹ lọ jẹ́ kó rí yín pé ẹ lọ jẹ́ kó rí yín pé ẹ lọ jẹ́ kó rí yín pé jẹ́ kó rí yín pé ẹ lọ jẹ́ kó rí yín pé.
Let me tell you so you no go fit stand 1 minute when we come back around. Feel it, move up your body right now. Mommy, don't ever worry. Fake love, no they impress. I got vision. Burn them, free them, they never listen. We took a million and flip the precision, yeah. Give me something where I know if you see anywhere. They wanna try, but they know if you see me for there. You're messing with a lion. Big shot bigger than a titan. I need 100%, not divided. They wanna know what's the reason for the violence. I get paid long time, no money energized. And every time I'm shining, one of a kind. I know most days then they try take me down, but they move too slow, but man know they're around.
Hello Jack, kò rí yín pé. Hello Jack, kò rí yín pé. Hello Jack, kò rí yín pé. Jack, kò rí yín pé. Hello Jack, kò rí yín pé. Man, we getting the pepe. Man, we getting the pepe. Man, we getting the pepe. Getting the pepe. Man, we getting the pepe.
Stacky paper, yeah, bad man, she love me no raper. Stacky cash by the pound, we are cash. Carry the Glock round the town with a laser. Navigator to the money place gun. Get a youth with a lot of determination. I feel make song and me occupation. To every youth where you try make you feel stay strong. Inna the road wicked, but we build for this. Big rim spinning. King for the city when you see where you see riches. And we got the pretty girls too. Them know I east side of emotion. Skill ya the wave, not the ocean. Run the whole place, not a potion. Miss a universe program.
Hello Jack, kò rí yín pé. Hello Jack, kò rí yín pé. Hello Jack, kò rí yín pé. Jack, kò rí yín pé. Hello Jack, kò rí yín pé. Man, we getting the pepe. Man, we getting the pepe. Man, we getting the pepe. Getting the pepe. Man, we getting the pepe.
Too many lies, too many people we not nice. Many days over wise. Lẹ́yìn alẹ́ òwúrọ̀ lówó, ta ló mọ́lá? Gbogbo one try out more time. All on low àmì ò ṣe mine. Mo kàn jáyé mi bí àjẹbọ̀. Oblé, kí ni mi máa ń dúró tán ní òǹlé? Sọ́mọ tí mo gbé tí ò kí ń ké. Me I know the cap, ọmọ ṣòye. Every weight, no be lightweight. No be like Moduro Campe. Me jeje. I know the variety no consign me. I'm a diva like Pam, so you count me. No one the year could be easy. Ooh, body baby, no they want me. Turbulence, turbulence. Feel like I did trouble, turbulence. Do me gentle, silence, get nice to, get.
Happy life with my family, but I didn't know see that they can't believe. Practice self-love, I be minding my business, I know say none. Yeah, Talo Mola, but one try out more time. A wall on low, I mean, oh, she mine. Mo konjaye mi be a jebo. Obli. See my lifestyle, let me low ye. Show ye. Where they talk of the town, I also only. guys, so much see I know they hear what. We dey grind and grind and grind and we dey elevate. They bolu a shot to shola. Oh yeah, yeah.
Not the fun with no consign me. I'm a tip like man, so you can me. I want the year could be easy. Ooh, buddy, baby, no they want me. Turbulence, oh, turbulence. You look at the trouble, turbulence. Do me gentle, silence, get nice too, get.
Look what the hot body can do. Look, focus. Look what the hot body can do. Body be dancing, slow wine, so my body so fine. Like bush, when I made her inside. 2 1, and I made her inside. Make sense, oh, make sense. Oh my God, I need resistance. Fragrance when I from a distance. Make sense, oh, make sense. Body be dancing. Controller, controller. I get in both for my holder. Make your body slow when I slow down. Put it on the low, no go loud down. You know the things I wanna do tonight. Unusual. Put it down, make I take away your peace of mind. You go blow like water, we get the freeze up like open your eyes and look. Look what the hot body can do. Can you see your hot body can move? I say, look. Focus. Look what the hot body can do. Body be dancing. Slow wine, so my body so fine. Like bush, when I made her inside. 2 1, and I made her inside. Make sense, oh, make sense. Oh my God, I need resistance. Fragrance when it from a distance. Make sense, oh, make sense. Body be look. Look what the hot body can do. I say, baby, look. Focus. Look what the hot body can do. Keep that thing for your love and make it show. Yeah. Make that better make your thing. I better make it bang. Keep that thing for your love and make it show. Yeah. Why don't you bring it on my way?
Hold me around my waist. You can take it slow, baby. Control the pace. Way I rotate, baby, that's a little taste. Way I rotate, I'ma put you in your place.
Bad girl, no delay.
Baby, let's shake. I don't wanna stop, baby. I don't need a break. Hold a rotate, you know I don't wanna wait. We can go late, make my body celebrate. I just wanna back it up on beat. Say your name in key. I know what I want from you. You know what you want from me. I just wanna back it up on beat. Say your name in key. I've been waiting on it all week. So tell me where you wanted me to be. Yeah.
Freeze at your back, the way I like it, can't deny. Your body bang like dynamite. You the feel I'm your kind of nice.
See me, eye to eye, we go back to back, we go 9 to 9. Body on it, dynamite. Take you to my posy, we can finalize.
Backstroke on it, swimming in the kitchen till the bars. Do everything to me, but baby, don't stop. You don't even need my consent, killing me, baby. I just want a little bit of your time, make a day so. Make we date tonight, take a joke, call up you. You can call me every time you want more. Move that thing, come rest on me now. I get the candy way, go make you bend for me now all night. Baby, river Nile. It's alright, realize. Come on time, you're my vibe.
I just wanna back it up on beat. Say your name in key. I know what I want from you. You know what you want from me. I just wanna back it up on beat. Say your name in key. I've been waiting on it all week. So tell me where you wanted me to be. Yeah.
Freeze, at your back, the way I like it, can't deny. Your body bang like dynamite. You the feel I'm your kind of nice.
See me, eye to eye, we go back to back, we go 9 to 9. Body on it, dynamite. Take you to my posy, we can finalize.
Read him.
Matching my steez, you know I'm a G. Shawty, I'm always keep it real. I know they for too much whining, they for too much whining. I see they be, I see shy you they enter. Oh yeah, make you call a be. Oh yeah, show yourself, do over sabi. Love is in the air, baby breathe in. I dey available, baby anytime you need me, I dey available. Compatible, two of us they compatible. Girl I be bad boy for girls say I dey mellow. Ah baby I dey fold, baby take it slow, baby go down low. Nobody has to know, yeah I know I play around, my man on this you let you go. Baby, some money. You know say you matching my steez, you know I'm a G. Shawty I'm always keep it real. I know they for too much whining, they for too much whining. I see they be, I see shy you they enter. Oh yeah, make you call a be. Oh yeah, show yourself, do over sabi. Love is in the air, baby breathe in. The way you move this your body in a way, banana. Catch me up, got me hands up, madam. Beautiful way, personality, shut up. Make her enter your life, make her see the balance. As I get opportunity, why I no go mountain. Actually, I go ready, nothing come out in my hand for your matter. They see girls say bad, but you bad. Okay, your waist, put me for bellow, push it bellow. I this what me know, baby, na me joy. Your kiss, they above the law. After you, now you become uncle. Oh, baby, show up, get other girl jealous, but you are Birkin, matching my AB color. Treat you like a mama, can't pray on it. But you the one for me, oh. Baby, some money. You know say you matching my steez, you know I'm a G. Shawty, I'm always keep it real. I know they for too much whining, they for too much whining. I see they be, I see shy you they enter. Oh yeah, make you call a be. Oh yeah, show yourself, do over sabi. Love is in the air, baby breathe in.
Conversation, nah, nah, nah. On everything, it's automatic, going several to a high, nah, nah. Right, and wishing the wheels will fall off. Time is ticking, it's taking you too long. Right before I decide to go. And like you heard me, all this I it up if you deserve me, yeah. Pull up and hurt me, push the stars. And like you heard me, all this I it up if you deserve me. Gas me up, give me motivation. So tell me where we going, pick a destination.
I'm a con low, I'm a combo. This is my life, I ain't gon' lie, this is my shit. I say bad boy will get OT, stacking paper, play nicely, Leo Messi. Thank God we dey alive, more blessings, sing clearly, angelic. I know say anybody, person will see me, now me I see. I be on and yow, living my life, me so. But the me about mo wow, carry your walla go foul. Baby me go down low, down. She love bad man gangsta.
Elle aime les vrais gangsters, ceux qui sont pas instables. Love street, love money, my life. Jeune africain, congolais ambitieux, je ressens comme même une douleur malgré ta présence. Reçois quality vibe, my guy, mamacita, il me reste peu de temps pour toi. J'sais pas où je passais la night. Pamakala ou Marbella, Bella, près des îles ou des favelas, hila, hila. J'sais pas où je passais la night. Pamakala ou Marbella, Bella, près des îles ou des favelas, hila, hila.
I'm a con low, I'm a combo, this is my life, I ain't gon' lie, this is my shit. I say bad boy will get OT, stacking paper, play nicely, Leo Messi. Thank God they are alive, more blessings, sing clearly, angelic. I know say anybody, person will see me, now I see. I be on night, yo, living my life, me so. But the miraba mo wow, carry your walla go foul. Baby me go down low, down. She love bad man gangsta.
Elle aime les vrais gangsters, ceux qui sont pas instables. Love street, love money, my life. J'sais pas où je vais passer la night. Ramakala ou Marbella, Bella, près des îles ou des favelas, hela, hela. J'sais pas où je vais passer la night. Ramakala ou Marbella, Bella, près des îles ou des favelas, hela, hela.
Baby, don't mind on your seat, come give me that. Jump up on my body like animal. Dance make you feel like carnival. I gon' lock you down like criminal. One touch feeling like 1 million. People just say watch you like a cinema. Wine bandit thing like carnival. Make sure you do nobody else like me. Baby, don't whine on your seat, come give me that. Jump up on my body like animal. Dance make you feel like carnival. I gon' lock you down like criminal. One touch feeling like 1 million. People just they watch you like a cinema. Wine bandit thing like carnival. Make sure you do nobody else like me. Just that proof and trust it. Approved and trusted. Oh, please believe. Tested, approved and trusted. Tested, approved and trusted. In the middle of all of these beautiful girls in the world where they dance on the floor. I stayed on mine and not to bend them. Me, I just want some for the center. Baby, gyrate, your waistline. Roll it down, no slow down. Just bring come to me down. Submit now, no teasing, yeah. Baby, don't whine on your seat, come give me that. Jump up on my body like animal. Dance make you feel like carnival. I gon' lock you down like criminal. One touch feeling like 1 million. People just they watch you like a cinema. Wine bandit thing like carnival. Make sure you do nobody else like this. One jazzy, the way you do fantastic. Have to put on glasses. Make you not blind me with this your body. When I see you whining for the wall, make me want to turn into the wall. Make me feel like we know they for real life. Everything nice where you are. Baby, don't whine on your seat, come give me that. Jump up on my body like animal. Dance make you feel like carnival. I gon' lock you down like criminal. One touch feeling like 1 million. People just they watch you like a cinema. Wine bandit thing like carnival. Make sure you do nobody else like me.
cause the bitterness is very vital. So me taking vitamins, staying strong and I never show no weakness. Down from the end to the beginning, and so I'm walking it up. I still stand tall because nothing is up. Steady on the run like a roller coaster. When the motherfucker they no fit to come closer. I don't try to get to the greener side. À ce qui paraît, c'est là que j'aurai mon peace of mind. I be the place where you be say me say I define, oh. So I carry alcohol and I get one leg. J'oublie mes bébés quand je take one sip. Lifting my eyes up, nothing fit to do me nana. The only one with you make I calm down. As I get one leg, j'oublie mes bébés quand je take one sip. Lifting my eyes up, nothing fit to do me nana. The only one with you make I calm down. Life not battle and I there for the fight. Eyes on the goal, no matter the light. Every setback I go rise with the mind. Through the pain I go survive. The road is long but I is steady. Je suis focused et je suis ready. They won't bring me down to the ground. Je reste forte, ready for any. I don't try to get to the greener side. À ce qui paraît, c'est là que j'aurai mon peace of mind. I be the place where you be say me say I define, oh. So I carry alcohol and I get one leg. J'oublie mes bébés quand je take one sip. Lifting my eyes up, nothing fit to do me nana. The only one with you make I calm down. As I get one leg, j'oublie mes bébés quand je take one sip. Lifting my eyes up, nothing fit to do me nana. The only one with you make I calm down.
You see this life thing, yeah, it's all about understanding, bro. You gotta understand what you're doing. You need a direction, bro.
What's up on the time? What's up on the time? When I just try. When I drop a song, I go need to dance. I do waka kurukere, I dip in my price. Then I find the sound among all the sounds. I no get a name, I no sing a sound. Sound, Mr. Money sound. I want the precise. I be like military, match up my enemies. Vigilant, forgive me, Lord, I did on your peace. Cemetery, people we don't die, people cemetery. Life is not easy, I know it's not easy. You guys to the think I'm easy.
So funny.
Wabillahi tawfiq gan, mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́.
Can't dance to save myself, but see how I roll. natural. And I can't tell you're feeling the pressure. And I can't tell you're feeling the tension. You move your legs like this and that. It can't drive away depression. I can't tell your skill is precious. You can't change the whole direction. You move your legs like this and that. It can't drive away depression. Oh my ways, oh my ways, oh my ways. I like I see they go. Baby, I like I see they go. Baby. Oh my ways, oh my ways.
Jiggy.
Tune into the king of sounds and blues.
My aquafina, kilo de don't para, oh no. Most nights and lonely, oh, but nobody notice. My chinchilla, my femicilla, my painkiller. No good they aggravate, the situation come complicate. Most nights and lonely, baby, you don't even notice. Oh yeah, oh no. Eventually, if you don't love me again, you should just tell me like this, oh like this. Cause tomorrow if my feelings start to change, you go know I don't tell you before. You know I don't tell you before. Eventually, if you don't love me again, you should just tell me like this, oh like this. Cause tomorrow if my feelings start to change, you go know I don't tell you before. You know I don't tell you before. We cannot do this every time, oh. This love not anybody concern. Why do we argue every night, oh? Why you know say I love you, pa? Oh, into tomato. You know, oh, the mission now 24/7. So no go this not too far. No go this not too far. Oh no no. My chinchilla, my femicilla, my tequila. No go be aggravate. The situation come and complicate. Come and complicate. Most nights are lonely, baby. You don't even notice. You don't even notice. Oh no. Eventually, if you don't love me again, you should just tell me like this, oh like this. Cause tomorrow if my feelings start to change, you know I don't tell you before. You know I don't tell you before. Eventually, if you don't love me again, you should just tell me like this, oh like this. Cause tomorrow if my feelings start to change, you know I don't tell you before. You know I don't tell you before. My aquafina, kilo de don't para.
Tune into the king of sounds and blues.
Most nights I'm lonely, baby, you don't even notice. Cheeky.
We don't sneak, I don't walk for road. When they tell me say I don't go low, a small smile make my heart they beat. My body hot, but the night they freeze. Every step where I take with you, make the city just they feel brand new. I don't care if them see us too. Make them know that the monkey for zoo. Hold me close, make we there all night. No, they fear we go there alright. Walk with me till we see sunlight. Until then you be my trust light. Hold me close, make we there all night. No, they fear we go there alright. Walk with me till we see sunlight. Until then you be my trust light. Shine. Talking dreams, making plans like mine. You they tell me say you need no ring. All you want is to hear me sing. Time they go, but we still there, yeah. Every moment make my heart they melt. Even if money comes too fast, but this memory go always last.
past life.
Everybody for you. Body just shake belly. Motin so fun wọn tẹ́lẹ̀ o. Belly o, deliver like I get belly o. Them say I dey go sell o. Them say I dey go sell o. Best me to Fortuna, I go make you Joe Dada. Say you get the power, sweetie passy amala ketu, shinji kagawa, Jesu Christi lobawa. Got them falling yakata. You know I see sabi girl they do. Only reason why them they call me Yolo. While you be fin, I'm still leading, kill anything. I know fitness, you know go fit in my shoes. High fashion, Jimmy choose. Wanna sip some gin and juice tomorrow? It's be looking Fortuna, I go make you Joe Dada. Say you get the power, sweetie passy amala ketu, shinji kagawa, Jesu Christi lobawa. Got them falling yakata. You know I see sabi girl they do. Hey, got a bag full of feelings and a house full of regrets. This baggage is can't fit to no plane, don't mean to digress. I wanna know what's the reason why you move it slow? As you move, no they cross my lane. Shorty nonsense, my best to mommy, my best to mommy. If you get the problem, my best to mommy, my best to mommy. I divide my own demons, don't you see? Don't you see if you get the problem? My grace, mommy, my grace, mommy. No.
Oh yeah, mommy, choco, to mami, go. And I know feel life for you, mommy, yo. Go loco pa me, yo. I mean, not they love, but they try me, yo. Say my kind life, no they funny, yo. Many things I sing, feed up by me, yo. Big money, man, nothing tiny, yo. I mean, no they take
man, I find my own demons, yeah. Keep the bad energy going, yeah. Play with no time when you see us, yeah. We got the right energy on, yeah. Bust to the rhythm, nothing long, yeah. We fly with the team on, yeah. And who know they grind, know they belong, yeah. Bad energy, you know, come aside.
Shorty nonsense, my grace to mommy, my grace to mommy. If you get the problem, my grace to mommy, my grace to mommy. I divide my own demons, don't you see? Don't you see if you get the problem? My grace to mommy, my grace to mommy, no.
on cruise. Man, I find my own demons. Keep the bad energy gone. Play with no time when you see us. We got the right energy on. Us to the rhythm, nothing wrong. Yeah. We the fly with the team on. Yeah. And who know they grind, know they belong. Yeah. Bad energy, you know, come aside. Show the nonsense, my face to mommy. My face to mommy. If you get the problem, my face to mommy. My face to mommy. And they fight my own demons. Don't you see? Don't you see if you get the problem? My face to mommy.
whatever you're doing. But amidst that revolution, some people unfortunately got beaten, and it is our women. So this very afternoon, we are joined by a very great group of people who are nothing short of nothing but amazingness. And I'd like to introduce them to you this very day, even as we gather here to have a conversation around that. So for our first panelist, we have Miss Grace Maina, She's an associate at Rachir and Amolo, who is committed to problem solving, service delivery, and providing innovative solutions to legal issues. She holds a Bachelor's of Law from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, and is also an associate of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Grace Maina as she makes her way to the panel. For our next panelist, we are honored to have Mercy Mwangi amidst us. Now, Mercy Mwangi is the Executive Director and Head of Secretariat at the Kenya Women Parliamentary Association, KEWOPA. She's also an enthusiast of governance, democracy, development, and women's rights. She's also passionate about women accessing equal opportunities, and she was very instrumental in spearheading the implementation of the two-third gender rule. She also serves as the co-chair of the Women in Leadership Thematic Committee of the National Gender Sector Working Group, hosted by the State Department of Gender and Affirmative Action. So let us join in giving a round of applause for Mercy, even as she makes her way to the stage. Come on, let's appreciate her till she sits. Now, for our next panelist, it's a face we are all very familiar with, especially if you have taken a keen interest in matters of gender-based violence. She is a powerful voice, and she's also just a powerhouse and a force by herself. So, our next panelist is the co-founder and executive director of Usikimye. She's also a symbol of resilience and justice, and has created a movement that empowers, protects, and uplifts survivors of gender-based violence. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Njeri Wamigwi. Now for our very last panelist, the last but not the least, I'm sure if you ask him, he will agree, East or West, KU is the best. Because he was once a student here, and he graduated here some years ago. So our next panelist is Timothy Tundu, who is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and holds a Bachelor's of Laws from Kenyatta University School of Law. He's also a member of the Business and Human Rights Committee of the East African Law Society, where he advises the member states. Currently, he works as the legal advisor for Africa at the Center for Reproductive Rights, where he uses the power of law to advance reproductive rights as fundamental human rights. Let's give a round of applause for Timothy Tundu. Thank you once again for our panelists for being here with us and just for us to have this amazing conversation. So just before we go into the deep stuff about what you're going to be discussing today, just a light moment. Maybe you could tell us how your afternoon has been so far, and if you were a superhero, which power would you want and why? So maybe I'll start, should I say ladies first or the gentleman first? Gentleman, okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's very interesting that when you're sitting in a panel full of very esteemed ladies, they will want to switch, that it becomes gentlemen first. The rule has always been ladies first. But interesting question, Madam Moderator. I have had a good afternoon. What superhero would I be? I think I would want to teleport. Simply because I was here in the morning, and then I had to leave to go to the office, and I had to catch a boda to get myself here before 2:30. If I had the opportunity to teleport, I would have been here exactly now without having to, in between. So that was the superpower that I would have wanted.
Hi. My afternoon has been good so far. That's a hard question because there's so many things you want. You want to be invisible. You know, you can go and beat people up. You know, if you're invisible, like imagine what I could do to Sakaja. But yeah, anyway, that's a story for another day. Let me just say, I watch anime and I love Luffy, so I wouldn't mind being rubber. Because that means I'll be resilient and I'll be able to do all those things before I get to Gear 5. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I think between invisibility and rubber, I think, yeah, something like that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Whew. I've actually had a very crazy day today. So perhaps this is the best part of this day. I've been in a police station since 8 to 1. So I think this is the best part of my day, coming to speak to students and interacting in things that I'm passionate about. Yeah, I think superpower, similar to Timothy, to teleport. Yeah, I think that would be. Yeah, I can go to Iran and see what's going on. Go to, yeah. Yeah, I think that would be the superpower I would like.
Hi, everyone. I've had a very nice afternoon speaking with my co-panelist. Very, very insightful. If I was to have a superpower, it would be to read minds. I am a litigator. I do not want to think of 1,000 questions during cross-exam and then think, will you tell me the truth or not? So definitely reading minds. You know that movie, What Men Want, where she can hear what they're saying in the boardroom, so she sort of like navigates in a way that she understands exactly what's happening? That would be the superpower I'd pick.
Thank you very much for your responses. Just to kick us off with this conversation, it is very important to understand the history behind our conversation today, because this is one of the things that our constitution, we are celebrating 15 years since the promulgation of the 2010 constitution, and this is a protection of our dignity, one of the things that was envisioned by this constitution. So I'll direct the first question to Ms. Grace. Just looking back towards even predating the Constitution of Kenya 2010, how has the historical and contemporary patterns of sexual and gender-based violence, especially during times of political unrest and civic resistance, how have they been used as tools just to silence women and just to exclude them from public participation?
Thank you. That's a very loaded question. I will go all the way back to the Mau Mau movement. If you remember, between 1950 and 1960, when we gained independence, a lot of the liberation is recorded as having been the men who were fighting for independence. But we also had colonial forces that were very much responsible for suppression and subjugating women through rape and through, various forms of violence. I will encourage all of you, as you read your history, please read the account of Mukami Kimathi. We read about Dedan Kimathi, but read Mukami Kimathi's account. Women were not just the people who gave these people food during the war. They weren't just the people who made sure that the move for liberation continued. They were the boots on the ground as well. They were the ones who went on to be spies in these places, and they were met with a lot of violence. Now let's move about half a decade later. We have the post-election violence at about 2007, 2008. And again, aside from the murders, aside from people being displaced, we had people who then were subjected to sexual violence. And I say sexual violence because the element of sexual violence is that it is a war. There's a war in the world, You know, people are feeling a certain way because the elections have gone a different way. Then the war is brought to your body. So your body becomes an active battlefield. And again, I hope you have read The Havoc of Choice. And you remember when Scholar was raped by a police officer who was supposed to be the person who would help her move from one point to another. Because not only was she fleeing the violence, but she had also been a witness of the church that was being burnt. And I know we call that book fiction, but it is one of the most accurate depictions of what happened during that time. So when we talk about suppression, or the tool of, gendered violence as an item of suppression, we are basically talking about it's not just the chaos that is happening in the world. This chaos comes to you, to the part of you that is most distinct to you, you in person, you physically. And the main reason this has happened over the years, up until the 2025 protest, is because if I can put you as a person, if I can make sure you can never speak, then I have won a war that could not be there. And this is not just in Kenya. This happened during the Greek War. This happened during the genocide in Rwanda. By the time we had cases being decided by the tribunal, then saying that sexual violence does constitute an element of genocide, it goes to tell you that it's not as simple as sometimes we put it out to be. It is a form of violence that is engineered to make sure that women are suppressed. They will not be part of the liberation and the movement. I think that would be my answer.
Thank you very much for your response. From that, I can establish that it's just a cycle of just violation of human rights. So I'll direct a follow-up question to Ms. Masi Mwangi. So based from what we've discussed so far, would you say gender-based violence is largely the work of isolated individuals, or is it more of a systemic strategy that is now used to suppress women's participation?
Thank you very much. So based on what she's said, and from the question, they seem like isolated experiences amongst women, but it's part of a larger system, I would say. It's systemic. She's talked about the historical, injustices, and women keep facing that. It creates barriers for them to access political spaces, leadership positions, and even at the workplace. We were just discussing before we came for this panel, at the workplace where you find that male bosses are harassing, female bosses, or, yeah. So they may seem like isolated experiences, but it's a larger systemic issue, and it's been embedded within us, within our cultures, within how we live. And I say every day you live, you learn, and for me in this space, I'm also unlearning some of the things that I used to believe, Yeah, so I think it's a systemic issue, and systemic issues, we say, when you are talking about systemic issues, sometimes we might change the laws, but as long as systemic issues continue, to be in institutions, for example, we need to change the culture, we need to change institutions for systems to be, undone. Yeah, so I would say it very briefly as such. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that elaborate response. Now for the audience, we're all aware that with the phrase that thanks to technology, the world is now a global village. This is because to the quickened means of communication and how fast we can access information, whether for academic purposes or entertainment purposes. But then there are two sides to that coin. There's now the positive part where we can now entertain ourselves, we can now get academic resources really fast. But then there's now the negative side, which is now the cyber stalking and issues of doxing. And I'm sure some of you among the crowd tuko na DCI for your friends. You investigate people for your friends on Instagram, on TikTok, DCI over here. So I'll direct the next question to Njeri based on that. What are some, in your experience, what other ways is gender-based violence being enacted digitally, because it's no longer about the physical abuse. Thanks to technology, it has now been translated to digital.
Thank you for your question. As a person who gets a lot of digital hate, I can promise you, number one, a way in which I've seen us use digital space badly, other than doxing, trolling, piling up on one person, because you have thousands of people with thousands of opinion who can actually come at you from whatever direction and have things to say. And what saves them is anonymity. Because come on, if I call you and I tell you tuende pale kwa kiwanja kujeni, people won't show up. But because you are protected by the internet, you don't see the person that you are, using the violence in the digital space as worthy of it. The other thing that I've seen a lot, and I really dislike it, is sexualization, especially using women's bodies when men have committed something, and now sexualizing the man and making the man a woman. You've seen them being, putting somebody like in a bikini and saying akona umama. And we do it so many times, and we don't really think much about it. We're like, akona umama. And then we dress them up as women, and we say all of this. This is a man who has gone out of his way to make issues. But then you've decided that the only way you can address him is by making him a woman. Does that make sense? Exactly. And I hate the phrase akona umama. What does that even mean? Akona umama nini? What? Anyway, that is another way. Another method is doxing. And we don't see it as a bad thing. And I know we did it during Maandamano, where we'd, put out numbers and say, this is the number, call them. And that's doxing, actually. But then there is an added layer, especially when you dox somebody, say, where you now go out and say, this is where their kids go to school, right? And then we go and say, this is where they live. And so we put out, because people are crazy, we put out their, just because they've done something, we put them in danger, because not everybody is going to remain anonymous. Because the danger of sometimes digital violence is we just assume it ends at digital. But there are times when this digital violence, especially against women, is meted on you offline. The other thing is sharing of non-consensual image sharing. That is something we see at Usikimi. I promise you, every week we have 2 or 3 cases where images that you shared, intimate images that you share between you and the person you're in a relationship with, is now being used either to threaten you to stay in the relationship, or if violence has been meted upon your person, this person says that they're going to share those images. In other words, I'm talking about revenge porn, where these images are used to shame you, silence you, and the fact that they are Telegram spaces where these images are shared is something that should be very concerning to all of us. That when somebody says they're going to share your images, exactly where are they sharing these images? And to whom are they sharing these images? We did see last year a 55-year-old woman whose husband shared her images to the church, to her friends, to her parents. We saw it, it was in the news. That when we get to where 55-year-olds are sharing non-consensual image sharing, then we have a problem. So while there are positive things, digital online violence is very, very real, and how it can be used and how it can be manipulated to give you exactly what you want, digitally altering people's bodies, are things that we see when it comes to online violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is sad that this is the present reality that we are living in. So we've talked about technological facilitated gender-based violence. So I'll direct the next question to Mr. Timothy. Now, how are these technology-driven attacks reshaping participation and safety in Kenya's digital space?
Thank you very much, and perhaps then to also acknowledge, I think what I should have started with is to wish my panelists happy International Women's Day, which is already past, but it should suffice, and of course, all the other women, including my very good Professor Dr. Faith Kabata. The reality is this. As Njeri said, what was something very common that used to happen in the physical space got a whole new level or whole new life when it entered online space. And to echo what Njeri said, because you are not there, if I look at you right now and you abuse me, I have the opportunity to walk to where Murakaru is and slapping him, yeah? Because I know him, he's the one who's abused me, everyone has been able to see it. But in the event there was a screen between me and him, and he's busy online warrioring behind there, abusing me, I do not have the opportunity, one, to be able to respond, but also, most critically, to defend myself against such nonsense. I call it nonsense because the reality is, and perhaps maybe Madam Moderator, allow me to step aside a little bit from the question and put a bit of context. Sexual and gender-based violence is the most demeaning form of violence that anyone can ever undergo. And that is why it is a tool that is used widely in any conflict. Because, as one of the panelists says, it is against your persons. I think it's Grace who said, it's against your body. It is not against an institution. We all know what is currently happening in the Middle East. What is being targeted, aside from the human life, is installations. So there's a military base somewhere, it's being hit, or we'll count the losses in terms of numbers. They say 300 billion shillings has been lost, or $3 million has been lost. But when it comes to violence against you as a person, for you to be able to quantify the damage that it has happened to you is very, very difficult. You know why? Because it does not just take a toll on you physically, but also mentally. The amount of anguish that happens post it is something that is unexplainable. So then move that from now a physical space and enter the online space where it is not just one person, but many people doing that. And perhaps it will be important in this conversation, we take an opportunity, Njeri, to also apologize to you on behalf of very many Kenyans, because you have been subject to so much violence online, which is so uncalled for. Why? Because you decided to take the opportunity to stand for what you know is right. So when we speak about technology-facilitated gender-based violence, it is also layered. As I've mentioned, sexual and gender-based violence is tiered. There's femicide, which is a part of it. There's online harassment. There's so many other things. So when you then enter the space, the online space, it is also then tiered in that level. Let me go back to what I started by saying. I wanted to place a lot of context, or to place a bit of context. When you suffer any form of gender-based violence, and in this instance, technology-facilitated, let me use that omnibus word, technology-facilitated gender-based violence, you as a person, as I've mentioned, whoever is attacking you is on the other side, you cannot be able to see them. But for you, what you have been done for is you have been exposed to a much greater audience online. So if you are to stand here today and speak, your dignity has already been stripped off. So it becomes very difficult for you to actually stand up and face the people who were either part of what was happening, or for some reason saw it. Because not all of us are usually participating, but because you're on social media, you'll come across a post and you're like, oh, what is happening? So you are not intended on participating in it, but because you're a consumer of of content on social media, you also became part of that conversation. So let me use an example. If nudes, for example, are shared online, yeah, you are not going to look for those nudes. Perhaps maybe, for example, if you're on X and your main aim on X that day was must go, yeah? And then all of a sudden, an image is shared on the feed and you end up seeing that. Your intention was not looking for it, but you've become an unintended consumer, okay? Now for whoever's images were shared, your intention was not also, perhaps, let me use this very loosely, you're having a conversation with someone and by any chance, those images were passed on to them, and the intended audience was only one person. Now, there are 900 or 1,000 or a million other people who've been able to have an opportunity to look at that. You can imagine how bad that makes you as a person if you are to step out in the limelight, for you to have any conversation with anyone, because what is running through their mind is when they look at you, all they can see is the images that were shared of you. The moment we appreciate how deep such a thing is, and ask yourself if it is you who was on the other side of the screen, not the one who is consuming, it is your images that are being consumed, what will that mean for you? Okay? So what we do is create a barrier for even basic interaction. If you're in the political space, Kewopa is here, it becomes very difficult for you to then stand up and go back to your electorate and start speaking on issues that are concerning public issues. You cannot go and speak about water because the people, when they see you, all they see is that image. You understand? And I use that very small because you asked me to concentrate on technology-facilitated gender-based violence. So just to show you, the magnitude of what happens, especially on the online space, is usually far greater, and it has lasting effect. Allow me to use this example as I finish. In most of the gender-based violence cases that we've handled, the first thing that we often do, and which I must appreciate our criminal justice system, is to, one, hide the identity of the survivor. We no longer use victims. We use survivors as to show somebody has been able to go through that process and come out of it alive. Yeah. So what we often do is to first request for a hiding of the identity of that person, so that 20 years, 30 years down the line, when somebody is going through, when you law students are mooting here and you're looking for a case, you will not come and quote that case and say, Republic versus Timothy Thondo. So the idea is we use initials, so it will be Republic versus TT. So imagine how much worse, even if you were to ask for hiding of your identity, your photos are already there. So people not only know your name, but they also know your face. So 10 years, 15 years, when you're seated in a very serious conversation on a panel sitting somewhere, or you're in a board somewhere, or you're in an office somewhere, people cannot be able to erase that kind of image. So that is how gory such issues are, and why it is important that we keep that conversation, and especially technology-facilitated gender-based violence, because it's something that we must address because of the ramifications that it happens, and it's not just for a day or two. People say Kenyans forget, but the internet never forgets. It will be 30 years, 40 years, and people will always come back to that. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the answer. So allow me just to draw you back to the time we were having the protests and whatnot. So there was a time the Kenya National Human Rights Commission called for a press conference where the mothers of victims of police brutality would come and just express their grievances. Now, unfortunately, that press conference never even started because we had some goons who came and attacked them and whatnot. And you wonder why this is the case, because the Constitution of Kenya provides for the right to dignity, and this is also a constitutional institution that has the mandate to protect the rights of Kenyans and of the citizens. So why do you think these protections have failed in the civic space when it comes to protection against gender-based violence? I'm directing this question to Ms. Chris Minor.
Thank you for that question. I think protections under the Constitution are very robust. And my personal favorite is Article 29C, where it says you will not be subjected to any form of violence from either public or private source. And that's very encompassing. That means in the privacy of your home, and that means in public, as was supposed to be the case in the scenario in that case. But it is, when we have very robust laws in our republic, there is also an importance to, maybe as Timothy had done earlier, to always draw a context of the society we live in, and to draw a context as to some of the ideologies that coexist even as we push for this right. And fortunately or unfortunately, we do live in a society that is, first of all, very traditional. We have still a lot of misogynistic ideologies. Beyond that, even beyond the traditional problems, now when we think we are catching a break, there's so much red pill content out there, where initially it was women cannot speak for themselves, women do not take up space. And now when women take up space, there is now content that's being pushed out to say women are the problem. Women are the people who have now caused us to have the issues we are having. We should fight women. So when you look at the polarity of this context, when someone just puts a presser and says, this is an opportunity to hear from survivors of an incident, or this is an opportunity to hear from people who have undergone a tremendous amount of pain, you then have people coming and stopping it because, one, there are people who believe that life should run as men deem fit and have very diminishing views of such scenarios. First of all, the first thing is the fear-mongering that comes with just a situation like that. You have people who are trying to speak, and there is one very effective tool that is called silence. You do not want this to go out there because you believe, why are we talking about this? This is not a problem. Because of what my co-panelist said, it is something that has happened to someone's body. There is no evidence of monetary loss. So why are we talking about it? Why is it so important? Can't we just move on to something else? And what you will notice is, as Kenyans, we are very good at moving on. I don't know if it sometimes scares you, and I know it's a bit out of context, but the floods happen, and by the next day, town is full. Everyone is going about their lives. Or we go to the streets one day, right? The anger and the feeling of betrayal, and we are up in arms. The next day, life moves on. The same parliament where blood is shed is the same parliament where the next day business is moving on as usual. And it maybe goes to talk about, first of all, we have accepted systemic inequalities. We have, not just in an economic sense or in a political sense, but even when an action is done to just give validity to an event that has happened, we think nothing will happen. So why are we doing it? We have, as I stated earlier, accepted that there are ingrained patriarchal norms, and because these patriarchal norms are there, there will be someone who will come and will then, to the top of their voice, have the audacity to say something like, even you women, we will kill you. You remember that video? I think it was a year ago, where the march happened and someone was at, I don't know which garden it was, and they were saying, even you, we will kill you. You know, and you really wonder, at the march, at the place where women are going to say, we want to be heard, you will then threaten them and tell them at that very march that you will kill them. But, and this is where I think, because we have this ingrained mentality of nothing will happen, we also accept that we have weak institutional accountability, but this is made worse by the fact that we have normalized the things that happen to us. We have normalized every week we are hearing a name or two or three, you know? Literally following the Usekimia page on Instagram just tells you the veracity of the problem, but we really, it's become, oh, that's just another story. You know, you read the caption, you're downtrodden and you're feeling so humiliated, and then we just move on. We see someone was raped and their head was cut off, but we just move on. We hear someone's husband used machineries of the state to really make sure that a woman's rights was abrogated, and we get angry and we just move on. But you see, the thing with moving on also is, and I say this also having been a practitioner and having handled some matters for FIDA, and I really understand and I also sympathize. And moderator, please forgive me for, just detouring a bit and engage my segue. It's whenever you're dealing with these, clients who come with very horrendous cases, they are in some sort of purgatory, where each time you call them and you tell them court is coming up, by the time they're coming to your chambers, they just want the day to end. And it's even worse for defilement cases, because that's a child who is coming to your chambers in uniform, or you're meeting them in uniform, and they're going to give evidence, maybe in camera, but just the thought that the person who did this to them, they shudder. And I know these broader factors, against the backdrop of traditional and cultural beliefs, against weak institutional culture, and maybe what we would even say the high cost of politicking on such an issue, make it seem like, oh, let's just move on. My challenge, even as I finish answering this question, is please, as a law student sitting there, in whichever capacity you ever have the mind to remember some of these things. And even if you will just do one case in your life, just help that person. Because truly, when you meet these people, they are at their worst. When some of these issues were happening as a result of the protest, you never really see anything beyond what the media shows you, but this is someone who has to live with the far-reaching implications of what happened. And that would mean maybe that person will never have the opportunity to go out for a protest again. I am that chicken, and Jerry, I always see your posts saying, please come out, please come out. Then my mom is like, oh, na ukienda uibiwe simu ama ukienda. Kwanza that June 2025 one where people were being raped, I was told, do not dare. And that might mean that I may never have the boldness or the courage to ever go out again. But that's a win in their books, because they have effectively made sure that I, for my chickenness, will never go out to a protest. Where, because I've seen Njeri being held at the back of a truck, and now I feel that, Njeri is strong, me I'm not. You see. So please, even as we have this discussion, please let it not just be a discussion. Let it not be something that starts and ends here. Let it be something that really shifts something in you, both as a man and a woman. Because this is not just a female problem, much as women are the biggest victims of femicide. But it is a gender issue that we need both men and women to want to change and make a better future for whoever comes next. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome for that. So I'll direct the next question to Miss Mercy. Apart from the Constitution of Kenya, that protecting these rights, we also have the Acts of Parliament, which elaborate further, giving a much more detailed structure. So from that, what are other legislative or institutional commitments that are required to ensure a survivor-centered justice for survivors of gender-based violence, both offline and online?
Thank you very much. So currently we have a few laws. The one that we use mostly is the Sexual Offences Act is it 20? You're the law students. Great. 2006. That's the most widely used for, rape, all those things, yeah? We also have the Penal Code, which is a bit outdated. When you look at the things we are dealing with right now, you've had Njeri talk about, social media and what we are seeing. There are new forms of gender-based violence. When it comes to online, we have the Cybercrime Act. And it's very I would not say it covers much because these things are changing. Now we have AI, and AI is like, you say syllabus inakimbia, right? So things are changing very quickly, and our laws are not changing as much as fast. They're not catching up. Yeah. So I do know there have been talks. The NCAJ has been leading talks to overhaul. It's actually overhauling the Sexual Offences Act because. Looking from what the judiciary has given several recommendations and reports following the cases they've dealt with over the years since 2000 since it was enacted, and of course they give recommendations to just see how we can improve the law so that we can have better judgments. Yeah, you've seen all the things about the Romeo and Juliet. It's a very big problem in the judiciary, and the judiciary has given recommendations towards that. We are seeing now online issues. How are we dealing with them? So we need the law to keep up with the new forms of gender-based violence that we are seeing. When it comes to femicide, I think I need to just speak about femicide. Currently, there's a technical working group that the president had put together last year. They recently gave the report, I think last month, a few weeks ago. Last month, and one of the things they've recommended is for femicide to be a national disaster, to be declared a national disaster, but also to be legislated upon. And so I'm hoping that as we look at the Sexual Offences Act, as we look at to overhaul, then it should be part of the things that is coming in. Because already I can tell you within Parliament, when these talks come, and you'll hear people talking about, hey, what about, but femicide is just a death, like any other, you know? So we also need to, I think, speak to the lawmakers, because these lawmakers, sometimes we send them to Parliament, but they're not lawyers, you know? They're not lawyers, but having this report, I'm really happy about the report that Dr. Baraza and her team put out, because it's given really concrete solutions, including, you know, legal and policy recommendations that can help us deal with some of these issues. So yeah, so I think I would say we do have some laws, and we have robust laws, but they need to catch up with the new forms of gender-based violence and femicide. We are seeing femicide every day. I think 2024 we had 170 cases. Last year, by the time we were going to the streets in January, as of January we had 90 cases the first month. So you can just imagine the numbers after that, and we still keep seeing these cases. So it's important to have laws that are keeping up with the new trends. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your answer. I'll direct the next question to Ms. Njeri. I know Ms. Mercy has talked about constitutional commitments in ensuring or offering protection, but now the sad reality is that it is not 100% effective, and when this happens, we have survivor networks that step in to just fill the gap. So what can we do to ensure that these informal survivor networks are free from intimidation, or they are safeguarded from retaliation?
Actually, the correct thing should be, in as much as they're informal survivor networks, they're the ones who actually, the boots on the ground. They're the people out here doing the work. And we don't really pause to ask ourselves, these people who are on the ground, what happens to them? Where is the burnout? Because when we're institutionalizing some of these things, we should institutionalize wellness. You can imagine in a day, you've listened to 3 cases of rape, maybe defilement, this way. You've seen images that you can't even imagine. And nobody is considering how are you as a person, or how are you coping with it. And I feel like there should even be a budget allocated to these survivor networks to just help them debrief, to help them have proper wellness, to help them, you know, just take care of themselves. But unajua, hao ni human rights, and that is what they do. Isn't that what we say? And then we come up and we say they are paid actors, and so they deserve it. And then the other thing is, as a human rights defender myself, we do not have both digital or even physical safety that targets us away from retaliation. Like for me in Usikimie, I am the main face. We have a team, but I would not like my team to even be known, because you can retaliate against me, that's okay, but don't retaliate against my team. They came to work. Nobody is expecting, you know, to be targeted or to be followed home, which happens, by the way. And so who takes care of the people who take care of the people, right? Who takes care of the people who take care of the survivors? Where is their safety? Who ensures they have a safety net? Who ensures that their needs are taken care of, you know? For example, who even teaches us, trains us on things like digital hygiene? Who tells us, oh, we need to use Signal? You know, we just advance ourselves. They're like, oh, if we do WhatsApp, perhaps we can be, you know, followed up. It can be, nowadays anything can be encrypted, right? We can say it's digital end-to-end encryption. However, things like Signal really do that. It is us who have learned how to use Katululus. That's what, that phone, do you know that phone? Yeah, so it's us ourselves who've learned how to do that when we're taking, let's say, a survivor to a safe house so that nobody can follow. And how do we learn these things? We learn them by, for example, the reason we learned how to hide and even how to use things like Signal or even the Katululu is because we took in a survivor. This survivor had a phone. We were not aware. And the husband was able to trace, came with policemen to the survivor, like 5 cars. And we know the safe house mom was arrested. I was in a wedding. I was, you know, removed from the, imagine the embarrassment of being removed in somebody's wedding and, you know, being arrested. And all of us were arrested. It was so dramatic and very painful for all the people involved, because we had to give out the survivor because our lives were now online. So again, who really, really looks at the cost of people like us? And then the other thing is, when it comes to survivor networks, we're looking at things like financial fragility. Sometimes you do not have the resources that are needed to do this. So you move from crisis to crisis. You don't really have the financial muscles to actually, you know, change the things that need to be changed, but you're moving from one crisis to another crisis. I'm asking, hey guys, raise for us this X amount of money to move this crisis, and maybe that one crisis cases helps another 15 crisis cases. And then what happens when you don't have the financial, you know, muscle? So for us is, where are the sustainable models of funding? We have something called GAF, but does it really come through for organizations like us? We've never been funded by GAF. They've never given us money. And where is the government when it comes to models of sustainability to ensure that local, homegrown solutions apply to, you know, things like the survivor network? So the thing with survivor networks is that they really, really take into account of things like, when private pain, yeah, actually put it down to say, our visibility turns a private failure of justice into public demand of accountability. That is what the survivors networks actually do. And one of the other things is, we are trying to shift the blame from the survivors to the institutions that are actually concerned with ensuring redress is given to the survivors themselves.
Thank you very much for your response. Now we've talked about various things. So I'll direct now the next question to Mr. Timothy. How can we transform our civic space, both physical and digitally, to be safe, inclusive, and democratic for full participation?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the responsibility of what you've asked, one, I think just to mention, is a collective responsibility. I think when the Chief Justice was here this morning, Chief Justice Emeritus, he mentioned something around the essence of democracy being the basic understanding. It's a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And that places the citizenry, who are us, at a very central role in terms of developing that. In the physical space, he mentioned also something very critical that would be useful for our our engagement or our conversation this morning. The Constitution provides a platform where you as a citizen can be able to participate effectively in shaping certain issues. So suggestions have come in to declare femicide an issue, not an issue, yes, a crime, and put it within our penal laws. I know South Africa declared it a national disaster and put in money to be able to support that. If you are to support the legal framework around criminalizing femicide, then the first thing and the first responsibility that would have as a citizen is to publicly participate in conversations around putting it into law. So the Constitution gives each of us an opportunity to be able to speak to what becomes the governing structure for ourselves. And I keep repeating what the Chief Justice said in the morning. There cannot be laws in the absence of our input. So the government cannot purport to be putting together a framework or a law without the input of the people who are being affected. So one, and the first important thing which we must recognize, and which is the first step that has already taken place, is that Kenya is already at a place where we acknowledge that issues such as femicide are an issue. The government did its part in putting together a task force that has now completed the report and has shared the same. Now, post that report, what then goes into it is to codify the findings of that report into a law where we speak about criminalizing it. If we are to participate in that, it is not for the government to tell us in this law, this is how it's going to look like, this is how we are going to look at, this is how it's going to look at. Because unfortunately, and I'll say this publicly here, some of the members of parliament who are in parliament today, some of them have cases on SGBV. It is a reality. It is not something to hide. So if you expect those same people to be the ones that are going to make a law to deal with some of these issues, then perhaps you might not get the full reward of what that looks like. Therefore, and that is why the Constitution put in place safeguards for ensuring that we as the people participate in such conversations. And how do you do that? In public participation. So when you see a call that has been issued to publicly participate in certain conversations, please do not ignore it and say that is for the old villager somewhere who needs to deal with those issues. No. Parliament, and I think Yopa is here, will tell you you're given an opportunity once a law or a bill has been tabled before Parliament to issue your own opinions. Either you can do so through a memorandum, and nobody stops you from writing a memorandum to the specific committee that is dealing with that issue and saying, no, for me, I think this is what we need. And you do not need a platform. Let's say, for example, oh no, I work for this legislative organization that works on legislative work. No, even you as a student, you can say, I have an opinion. You take 1, 2, 3 of your friends and say, we want to give an opinion on certain issues because we are affected directly by some of these issues, and draft a memorandum and share it within the space. So that is the first part that we have to play. The Constitution has already given us an opportunity to be able to voice out through public participation. Second thing, when I skim through this room, the age average is somewhere below 24 or thereabout. You have had the privilege of being born when internet exists. I have a Gen Z sister, and for the people who are before then. What I'm trying to say is we have been born in an era that gives us an opportunity to spread the work that we do in the digital space, okay? Anytime we sit down, the first thing that you will do personally, maybe I can speak for myself, is when I wake up in the morning, I will look at my phone, I scroll through social media, confirm that the world is not burning, and then I continue with the work that I was doing, yeah? That is an opportunity that you have to give your voice also and speak about some issues. And the biggest and best example, of course, will be 2024, 2025, when we stamped our feet and said the finance bill was not going to pass, yeah? We gave our views specifically on issues that were affecting the country online. It spilled to the physical space, and actors made something out of it. What I'm trying to say in very short words is that the power that we have of social media and spreading civic education through social media cannot be underestimated. And because you have the opportunity of having both brains and an education, and you can be able to actually spread the right information through the platforms that you have, please utilize that option. or utilize that space that you have. I know some of you have thousands and thousands of followers on your social media. At times, instead of just posting a good photo, also take up an opportunity as a law student to also educate the public on certain issues. So for example, I was told that the report by the president, the report by the committee was issued to the president, and it has now been distributed. Take an opportunity to take such that report and just post it on the social media so that people can have an opportunity to consume that information. That then places you at the center of making a difference in terms of participating both publicly and online. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your response. Even as we come to a conclusion of our conversation today, just before we end it, I think there's something that has been mentioned by each and every one of our panelists, and that is the issue on femicide. Now, there's been a huge debate online when it comes to the criminalization of femicide. The question of what's the difference between femicide and murder? Should there be an equivalent for the men, like why are they left out? So I'll just like to hear an opinion from each and every one of our panelists on what is their take on the criminalization of femicide. So maybe I'll start at the farthest end.
Thank you for that. I think I will give a very biased opinion because this might end up being my thesis. So this is very good training ground. I'm very grateful to AKMCC for putting me here as to whether it would be important to make femicide a crime. Let me take you through a practitioner's, a litigator's mindset, right? When we're preparing for cases, and why you need to understand why the nomenclature of the crime is huge. When you walk into an advocate's chambers, the first thing is they have to identify a legal problem. So you could come to me and you could yap for 2 hours, but if I do not identify a legal problem, I have failed you as an advocate. Right? So how do legal problems exist? How are legal problems identified? They are identified through codified laws, through judicial precedent, through the various sources of law. You know, some of you have mooted in front of me and you're always quoting to me the ICJ statute and the hierarchy of laws. You know the Grunnorm theory in jurisprudence. So you understand that there is a hierarchy of how laws are interpreted, right? So if you come to my chambers and you tell me that you are a victim of intimate partner violence, you have been in a marriage for 20 years where you have consistently experienced abuse, and you are now, fortunately you are alive by the time you're coming, you want justice. As my co-panelist Mercy said, I will be looking at the Sexual Offences Act, I'll be looking at the Penal Code, I'll either be looking at, in this case, I'll probably be looking at 205 thereabout on something that was an attempt at your life, right? And when I look at that, I have to break that down into what the law has said are the ingredients of attempted murder. But you see, when you look at attempted murder alone, it's mens rea and actus reus, right? But I've not taken into account the context of you have been in this marriage for 20 years, you have experienced intimate partner violence severally. Now let's push it to the extreme. You are a daughter of a mother, or Jerry has given me a client, right? That client has witnessed their mother being killed in cold blood as a result of intimate partner violence. And you know, intimate partner violence is not a new thing. I think the UNFPA puts anybody between 15 to 49, at least 30% of people have experienced intimate partner violence. So the data is there. We're not saying that this doesn't happen. It does. It just means that in some situations, your partner murders you. Now, when you come to me, if there is no code or treatise that treats this as a crime, it will be dealt with as any other murder. So what problems are there? You never have any accurate legal recognition of that problem. When they're doing polls or statistics, you do not distinguish the key problem that is occurring on the ground. When we're speaking about declaring issues as a natural disaster, like what happened in South Africa, we're basically saying give it enough footing for it to be an actual problem. And what does that do? It means you give it accurate legal recognition. And I'm saying that as a practitioner. So that when we're going to court, this is not a normal Section 304, Section 2, Section 203, Section 204 problem we are dealing with. You give it language. And as a legal practitioner, you will come to realize language is everything. We are in the business of words, how we speak, how we articulate issues before the court. We are the people who will push these courts to recognize these problems. So if you do not even give it the accurate legal recognition, how do you treat it as a crisis and a problem? If we do not give it the proper legal recognition, we will always be on the streets, right? So what happens after we protest? What happens when we get another name, another high flyer athlete who has been killed by their partner, someone who has been killed by their husband? We will go back to the streets. And then what? If you never give it the proper legal recognition it deserves, you also improve investigation and prosecution, right? This is not, a shift happens when you're dealing with defilement, for example. When I'm going to court and I'm dealing with a defilement case, because there is a way in which defilement matters are handled, I know my client will not be put in camera, will not be put in open court. I know if it means the court is cleared and we are put in chambers and there is a specific way my client will be taken care of, it is already there because there exists a framework for prosecution of defilement cases. So what are we dealing, when we do not give femicide the language it deserves, it means we compromise the level of investigation and prosecution of femicide cases. And when you compromise that, again, you go back to the same problem. Every year, we will be on the streets. Every year, we'll be calling for institutions to speak. And then what? Okay? This now becomes, okay, we've gone on the streets, we've protested. We're very fortunate to have Mercy here, who then tells us we have taken the step. And now it is for lobbying to happen, whether it means you push your member of parliament for certain things to move, or you take part in public participation to then say, we want a bill in parliament that criminalizes this thing. Because you are preventing then the escalation of the violence. Remember, these cases thrive because there is no consequence. Or if there is a consequence, it exists in a myriad of other crimes. So you never really deal with the problem. You deal with what exists and you try to fit the crime. You see, if you call defilement assault, you rob it of the true nature of defilement. Right? You can't call defilement assault. Like, already as a legal mind, you're thinking, no, that's wrong. Right? So why do we limit femicide to murder under the penal code? Let's think of another crime. If you call, robbery with violence, robbery, again, you've completely changed the crime. So you see, when you deal with robbery, and when you deal with robbery with violence, the penal code is clear. There is an offensive weapon. One very seemingly small change completely alters the crime, right? So it changes from robbery to robbery with violence. And you see, as a practitioner, that seems like a small change, but it completely alters what the punitive element would be. Because if it was robbery, there is no offensive weapon. There is a way the court will look at the offense that fundamentally changes it. The minute you introduce an offensive weapon, it's robbery with violence, there is a certain minimum you cannot cross. So do you see the importance of giving an offense language? If robbery and robbery with violence is not the same, if defilement, rape, and assault are not the same, then femicide cannot be the same as any normal murder. And it should not be. Because the more we do that, is we enhance legal misclassification. We never tackle the root cause of the problem. We just scuttle around the issue. And we will become protesters by the time, 10, 20 years from now, we will be freedom fighters, but we will never deal with the core issue. And then another thing is we will never have enough data on the subject. Remember, we are an ecosystem that thrives on data. If the UNFPA can come and say at least 35% of people in relationships have experienced intimate partner violence, then give it the language it requires, call it femicide. It's very unfortunate that even sexual gender-based violence got its first definition about 3 decades ago to give it language, to then say this is a problem. It's very unfortunate that before then, what's the convention called? It escapes my mind, but before that convention came into play, yes, thank you. Before that convention was there, it became very difficult to prosecute crimes in the ICC and give language to issues of sexual and gender-based violence. So it's not that we don't know what is the consequence of not calling it a crime. We know, we've seen it, history is clear. So why not give it language? What is so big with refusing to call it a crisis and to give it language? And yes, there will be teething problems because someone will say men also experienced these issues. And I would rather we critique that at the point in which we are debating an actual bill. Then let's figure out how we will deal with every person who needs to be covered under this law, as opposed to consistently walking around the issue and consistently going to the streets, but nothing is happening. If you go to a protest and you experience such a form, when you come to me in chambers, the much I can do is I can only treat the problem you've gone through in the context of an existing legal framework. If you don't give me legal language, legal recognition, all the victims that Njeri has, all the survivors who have been fortunate to go through Njeri's hands will always have their cases or the cases of their loved ones treated in a very narrow context, meaning you never look at the bigger problem. And I think you can hear the passion in my voice on this particular issue. We really, even as practitioners, we cannot work in an ecosystem that refuses to define this crime for what it is. Thank you very much, moderator.
You can contribute.
Are we also responding? I think she she has really done justice because I think I fully agree with what she says. And maybe just very briefly, we've had that discussion even in Parliament, even with the legal officers in Parliament, the people who help the members draft. And that has been a lot of them are men also. So it's important to also have women in these offices. Yeah, but like I said earlier on, femicide does not occur in isolation. It's a series of events. It starts with threats, intimidation, physical violence, a slap here, abuse there, and then the end of the day, somebody is dead. Yeah, and so I like what she said. I've even written it down: accurate legal recognition. Yeah, I think she's the lawyer, and yeah. I think it's really important because of also the data. A lot of times, even when we are trying to pass laws in Parliament, we are saying we don't have data. I remember after the femicide march, and we tried to bring in some questions in Parliament, and we were looking. I think we were using Osikimia's data and some other organization that had done some analysis. The one for the investigative journalists. What's his name? Yes, that's the data we were using. So even government did not have data, like the police, because it's being called all these other names, So I think it's important to have accurate legal recognition for femicide, so that we are saying in the last year, or in the last, even if it's when we are doing the KDHS, when we are talking about physical violence, we are talking about femicide as well. So for me, I do support it being entrenched in law and being given accurate legal recognition. I think that's the new term for the day.
Hey, my colleagues have said a lot, and I don't want to repeat what they've said because I feel like it's really given life and really given body to something that we choose to ignore a lot. Now, let me just put it in human terms that femicide is not just the murder of women because they are women, but femicide by itself is the apex, the culmination, the topmost problem of gender-based violence. That's it. Like, there is no other way you can define femicide. Violation, sexual assault, intimate partner violence, domestic violence, all of this, where do they end up? What's the apex? Femicide. When we look at the pyramid of violence, the very top of it is femicide. So why is it so hard for the need to be made a distinct crime? Why is it so difficult? The lawyer has spoken and has given it language. I didn't even have that kind of language to put it out like that. But then I can tell you this, many times women report. They go to the police, they say this has happened to me, this is an intimate partner, I was beaten. They are told, here's your OB, go home. Or they are told, that's a private matter, go home. And it happens over time and over time. Because when we look at even the little data that we have, 75% of femicide does not occur from strangers, it occurs in our homes. So when we are defining femicide, it is a culmination of unchecked gender-based violence. So if I've been beaten, and I'm going to give you a case, I was sharing it with Grace and Mercy, and I was telling them in 2022, we had a case of a woman who came to us and asked if we could help her get protection orders, and she did get her protection orders, but I told her, if you can, move as far as possible from where she was living in Utawala. This is even a case that was captured by the papers. She was living in Utawala, and I said, move, and she moved. She went as far as a place called Kandara. And that's where she went to live with her 3 children. She left her good paying job, she was a nurse, and she went to live in Kandara. And 1 year later, she was like, hey, things are good. The next thing is she was murdered by her husband. He went all the way to Kandara, cut off the electricity in their house in the middle of the night, and stabbed her 11 times. In front of her children. If it wasn't for one of the children that ran to the neighbors, but unfortunately Alice, that was her name, died. We don't look at Alice. We don't remember their names. Most of the time, this is just, as we call it, data. That's important, but these are people. If, for example, we had, let's say COVID, right? They used to come out and read today 10 people have surgery, they are in hospital. You remember? But in the beginning of 2025, in 3 months, January, February, March, reported, because a lot of times femicide cases are misreported, they said 90 women had been killed. That means a woman a day, right? If it was a disease that was killing somebody every day, if we had doctors in the house, they would have told us. If we had something that was killing somebody every day, I promise you the government would have taken action. If it was, I see once in a while when Ebola comes into this country and only one person dies, and I see in Kenyatta, they have erected tents, they have taken measures, and things are done because one person has died of Ebola. But 90 women died. That means one woman dies. Is that women lives don't matter? Right? Like, bring it home. Do our lives matter? I don't have to be your sister for my life to matter. And neither do I have to be your mother. Neither do I have to be your daughter. for my life to matter. But the thing is, femicide needs to be made a distinct crime. In 2025, we did a campaign and we got 100,000 signatures where we were saying we want to declare femicide a distinct crime, which means 100,000 Kenyans agreed that we need to make this, actually there were more than that we need to make this into a distinct crime. Because the lives of women matter. And when women are safe, guess what? Men are safe too. I know we don't look at it that way, but when women are safe, men are safe. And most of the times when we'll be like, what about men? But what about men what? We are talking about something that is killing a woman a day. And people will say, oh, but men get killed. But so do women. We are not talking about somebody who came here and shot everybody. We are talking about factors that affect women. We want women to be safe. And every time I ask a very question, I'm like, for women, if today all men were removed and taken to mass just for 24 hours, what would women do? 90% of the time women say they will work at night. They don't even think of like, what shall we go, we rob some money over there and become rich. No, most of them say, I will work at night. Do you know what that means? It means because we are all afraid of dying. We need to do a mapping out of how we move to go to the train station, to go to the matter. We don't move like you. We don't just take up our bag from the office and we think, I have to think, nikitembe hapo, I will meet hawkers. I may be harassed, so I need to move like this, that kachochoro over there. We make plans because sexual harassment is part of our life. Right? When we are sitting on the bus lines, I need to put a space if there is a man behind me. Because God forbid that man decides to do things on my behind. What does all this have to do with femicide? All these violations that we don't look at ultimately lead to femicide. And that is why femicide needs to be a distinct law, because the things that happens around femicide all come from the small things that we neglect. And then the other thing why we need to make femicide a distinct crime, you cannot define, neither can you fund that which you don't name. If we don't name femicide, then how do we fund it? How do we get data? I keep data, but my data is disaggregated. How do we get a database that actually gives us accurate data on femicide if we don't name it, if we don't take it up? It is Njeri out there shouting, remember, we remember your name. But we don't want to remember your name, we want it to stop. But in order for it to stop, it needs to be funded. In order for it to be funded, it needs to be named. And that is why it is important for us to ensure that femicide is made a distinct crime. Thank you.
Thank you very much to my co-panelists. I think you have exhausted extensively what I would have said. Perhaps what I can only do is to say I fully associate myself with the sentiments that you have shared, but only add two things. Language, very important. Let's name it as it is femicide. But the reality also is that in any crime, there are two facets. One, there's perpetrator accountability, and the second one, there's also victim redress. In this instance, a survivor redress. About 3 years ago, I took part in a study on femicide. The remit was for us to go around finding data on how many women had been killed over that period of time. And I think, as Grace said, it was very difficult for you to find existing data because it was very, I think it's Grace and Mercy who said it's very disjointed. But when we took that study, a lot of the cases that we found had been reported, which is probably perhaps 10 or less % of the number of cases that happened in this country. Those that ended up in court, I think as has been mentioned, ended up under the murder charge. And you'd have to sift through what was within that case for you to find out the nature of how that ended. But one case was very distinct, which I would like to say as my last point. In this case, it was not the lady who ended up dying. Whoever died was the abuser, who was the man. The story behind it was that for several years, this husband had beaten up the wife to a pulp every single day, because there was a piece of land that had been given to this lady. No, sorry, I might be misconstruing. No, actually, the piece of land had been given to this man. But because the parents of that man knew he was not responsible enough to take care of it, they gave it to the wife. So it was the wife who was holding the title deed to that piece of land. And because he was a drunkard, he kept pestering the wife to give him that title deed so that he can be able to sell it, so that he can get more money to go and continue drinking. So he beat her up every single day. Anytime he used to come from the bar, it was the wife that he started with. Beat her up, beat her up, beat her up. Eventually, of course, because knowing the kind of man that she had gotten married to, she was not going to release that title deed to this lady. So on this fateful day, what happens is he comes home drunk as usual and starts his usual beating. Unfortunately, this time round he was armed with a panga. So he was ready to do whatever it took, because I think he said he had had enough. This woman cannot be taking my title deed, I need to sell it so that I can continue drinking. So he beat her up properly, and when he was about to throw out now his last blow, which was to cut her completely with a panga, she moved, escaped it. For some reason or somehow, he ended up falling, and the panga hit him, and he died. For some reason, I can't remember exactly what happened, but eventually, as she was escaping, he died. When she saw what had happened, of course, she ran out and tried to seek help to try and find somebody who could be able to assist this assailant. When people came, it would be very difficult for you to have a story around what exactly happened, which is why sometimes, as you say, and I agree with what we're talking about, when you now look at the history of what had been happening to this lady, then you would understand the circumstances that had happened for this man to die. Eventually, she went to court. She was charged with murder, but she was acquitted, or she was given, I think, a sentence of about 2 days probation. But what was important is what the court captured as why they ended up acquitting that lady on the charge of murder. And they said this woman had been beaten almost literally all her married life. And that day, that panga was either going to kill her or kill the husband. In the unfortunate circumstances, it is the husband that died, fortunate or unfortunate. It is the husband that died. So the court could not be able to see, and that is where, if you have an opportunity, go read about what they call the battered woman syndrome. It is a defense that is used in law when a victim of intimate personal violence has for a very long time suffered so much battering, and at the end of it, they end up killing that person in self-defense or whatever. You can actually plead it in court, and it had been used even here in Kenya. The long and short of that is, when I was speaking about the two facets of femicide, where we are looking, or for any crime that is, where we are looking at perpetrator accountability, that means you want whoever killed to be behind bars and to suffer. You also need to look at this other aspect, which is victim redress. In most instances, and has been said by my co-panelists, people end up dying, but it is usually a series of so many things. By the time you're getting to that highest level, as Njeri said, it is the ultimate. You cannot go beyond that in GBV. There's nothing above femicide, because you have literally done everything that you can, and the only other thing that was left is for you to kill that woman. That is a sad reality, and that is how far and how serious that crime is. So when we look at victim redress, you also have to look at it from that perspective. So when you're speaking about putting language into that crime and why femicide needs to be codified as a crime in this country, also look at the aspect of victim redress. In most instances, if whoever died was not a mother, she was taking care of somebody else. What happens to those people who've been left? So when you're speaking about victim redress, those are the kind of conversations that you need to have, and that is why, in agreement with all the panelists and what all the panelists have said, I agree. femicide should have been a crime as early as 5, 10, 30, when we got independence. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all our panelists for your insights and for the lovely conversation we've had. We've had a talk on gender-based violence, and when Mr. Thondo said it's such a degrading crime, because the crime scene is your body. You live with it, you walk with it, you get to relive it each and every day. Unlike any other crime, you get to live and just dissociate for a moment. Gender-based violence stays with you every moment. To every survivor, we believe you, we see you, and we stand with you. And this marks the end of our conversation. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists. We had prepared a small token of appreciation to our panelists, and this cannot even equate your support that you've showed us this very day. So I'd like to welcome our president, Madam Frasha, to present you with your gifts. So first we'll present it to Mr. Thondo. Let's give a round of applause. Then we have one for Miss Njeri. He also prepared one for Miss Grace. And last but not least, we had one prepared for Miss Marcy. Thank you very much. Let's all give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Personally, I've had an amazing day. I don't know about the rest of you, but we were so honored to have you here. We appreciate the support, the turnout. Before I proceed, is team 1431 in the room? 1431? Okay, I'll look for them. Either way, thank you so much for coming today. We have one more panel tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and we would love for you guys to come. It's a panel on matters physical sustainability, balancing socioeconomic rights with regards to physical sustainability. I believe there is a lot going on in this country with regards to finances that we do not understand. For instance, our 14 trillion debt that keeps growing. We have representation from the Senate, the civil society, and well, I've forgotten the other one. We'll be sure to inform you. Bear with me. But yes, we would love you to turn up, please. Mkuje kwa wingi, chakula iko kwa wingi, as usual. Yes, thank you so much. Get home safe today. Yes, I think I'll just pray for us to close. Let's pray. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful, we thank you for this successful day that we've had. We thank you for showing the fruits of our work. We thank you for the participants who have traveled to come to this competition today for the ceremony. We pray that everybody will get back home safely, and we pray for everyone's well-being as well. Amen. Thank you so much, guys. Yes, and please pick the water bottles under your chairs, and when you throw them out outside, please. Help us help you. See you tomorrow.
London.
I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill. Them no fit kill. Them no fit kill my. Wise man said, follow the stars. There you shall find a piece of advice. If you hit your enemies, enemies shine. If you're not a friend of me, enter the light. Cause you can never kill my vibe. Got here with no sacrifices. Everything was taken, still had to make it. Vibe killer, me I no go take shit. Vibe killer, bloody somebody time. Protect my energy from your bad aura. Then my pastor say I be my healer. Everything I desire, I go receive. My rhythm flow like a river. If you get yawa, come on go and sit down. I go just para, come out my jigger. I go just pay, follow my dream. I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill my vibe. You no fit kill, you no fit kill, you no fit kill my vibe. I see you watching my stories. I see you gauging my lifestyle. I see you watching my movements. This bad bitch bad every day. I know they look at your face. Bad man bad every day. Get on your knees and pray till you regain your faith. Vibe killer, bloody somebody time. Protect my energy from your bad aura. Let my pastor say I be my healer. Everything I desire, I go receive. My rhythm flow like a river. If you get yawa, come on go and sit down. I go just para, come out my jigger. I go just pay, follow my dream. I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill my vibe. You no fit kill, you no fit kill, you no fit kill my vibe.
Why? It's an African one. Yeah.
Beats by Amazon.
Yeah, me I like it. Something so. This my African hands, them gon' love you. Yeah. My African lips, them gon' kiss you. Whoa.
never change this.
Kwa majina ni yani nakujua we waka 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 ikibamba sana basi pull it up. Selector cheza doba once from the top. Whoa. Dojo maber, dojo maber, dojo maber. Tunisha speaker, we mash it up. Fire, we light it up. Oh. Dojo maber, dojo maber, dojo maber. Tuko tao, CBD kwa penthouse. Wanadhani CBD ni guesswork, lakini jua bidii tunazoza. Nani magrami tundo tunangoja. Donjo maber, kwa mdomo ni kuber. Na doba Johnny Mwaki ukipenda email. Napendwa na mapeng, na wote Johnny 10. Nikikusalimia unanijibu tu maber. Napenda vile magala wamekuja wamebeba. Napenda vile mamanzi wamekuja wameiva. Ikibamba sana basi pull it up. Selector cheza doba once from the top. Whoa. Dojo maber, dojo maber, dojo maber. Tunisha speaker, we mash it up. Fire, we light it up. Whoa. Dojo maber, dojo maber, dojo maber.
Makwela na majaji wanazitoka. Stare ubamba sana baada ya mboka. Wasanse watiaji tunawatoka. Salamu wanga moja na ni top shota. But originally, ofla wanga mkali. Ninasombuga town baka mashinani. Kolabo na iani, ande mtaani. Wakiuliza wambie tuko CBD ndani. Napenda vile madem wamekuja wamebeba. Napenda vile makwela wamekuja wameiva.
Ikibamba sana basi pull it up. Selector cheza doba once from the top. Whoa. Dojo maber, dojo maber, dojo maber. Tunisha speaker, we mash it up. Fire, we light it up. Oh. Dojo maber, dojo maber, dojo maber. Dojo maber, dojo maber, dojo maber.
Uno e wa go lo banga na timi ja yo je pe mangi ma mo de ta na yo be budiana ne o banga ge ma mo do no no quando si e che mare a tu ko do lo ta ngo angere uti pe ado e mane vin pio e tiende nya ka mo ko ngo mo no re to wan wan ko ni ma me ngono ya ka.
Let me talk about Waka Waka, Wagwan. This is Nufla Delicant Dancehall Solution, Dancehall Transition. Wagwan Yani. Let me talk about Nakujua.
Yani na dufla. Yani dufla. Waka waka waka. Wanasema nimesota, misina do. Mara niko wash wash na osha do. Wacha kuspread hizo rumors. Ati gari yangu ni alone. Mara nimewekwa na sponyo. Wacha kuspread hizo rumors. Dada masi.
Don't spread, don't spread, don't spread. 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 Lagi tu mina pata. Nibidi na jasho imeniweka hapa. Mini kufa na nakula bata. Wenye wivu wajinyonge wakitaka.
Wanababaika sana wakiona vile Mungu anafungua njia. Mwenzangu we pambana, usiseme Illuminati na nisaidia. Wanahangaika sana wakitafuta vile wataniharibia. Kile nachopata naridhika na najivunia. Wanasema nimesota, misina do. Mara niko wash wash na osha do. Wacha kuspread hizo rumors. Ati gari yangu ni alone. Mara nimewekwa na sponyo. Wacha kuspread hizo rumors. Dada masi.
Don't spread, kimi low. Hey, doba zangu wanga genje ya nini mbaya. Eti duflen mepote ya niko ulaya. Kwa dancehall niko orient mini live wire. Manzi yangu ni saize na siwa muraya.
Wanababaika sana wakiona vile Mungu anafungua njia. Mwenzangu we pambana, usiseme Illuminati na nisaidia. Wanahangaika sana wakitafuta vile wataniharibia. Kile nachopata naridhika na najivunia. Wanasema nimesota misina do. Mara niko wash na osha do. Wacha kuspread hizo rumors. Ati gari yangu ni alone. Mara nimewekwa na sponyo. Wacha kuspread hizo rumors.
Don't spread. Don't spread. Don't spread. Don't spread. Don't spread. Anda picanete. Mina galde papa wincha catfish. No beef jana ola na make consistent. Nakal them nobody ana test.
Run the rhythm. Nanza jela umu, la viliisha mapema. Mapenzi yashanidhulumu, maisha haya ya sinema. Kwani tutakula mapenzi tu? Swali limenivua heshima. Ipo siku nitafaulu, na roho yangu mimi nitaikinga. Ni salama, salama nawe. Napiga sala na nainama, lazima niname. Mbinguni nafika, yashamwagika na yatazoleka. Siwezi shindwa, so ni salama, salama nawe, salama. Yawa ango mijara, era olokorea chaya. A baby na sina ubaya, mel koda mugi kapoki simotaya. Ango mijara, era olokorea chaya. A baby na sina ubaya, mel koda mugi kapoki simotaya. Kirisim nataya, kirisim nataya. Oh kirisim nataya, a bebo kirisim nataya. Asebedo kamanyo manyonge gima maramari. Tomatino mayudo okromi ju anybody. Awino Mariana, ona umefanya biwanga jwer. Ulinidanganya, utakuwa pamoja kodanya kache. Salama, salama nawe. Napiga sala na nainama, sharti niname. Mbinguni nafika, yashamwagika, yatazoleka. Siwezi shindwa, so ni salama, salama nawe, salama. Yawa ango mijara, era olokorea chaya. A baby na sina ubaya, mel koda mugi kapoki simotaya. Ango mi
But the music we making it touch your soul, take you to a place you never been before. Africa tunaikamia tu most bana. I'm Kenyan, so you know I'm a marathon runner. Unaishiaje vi basic, nika kesho iko promise. Na kuna irasi tesi, napenda album ya Chronics. Nyuma yangu na jeshi, nomba niende mbali. Wanakungoje udedi, wende wagawe mali. I'm currently not in a position to kill poverty. Sina kitu kwa M-Pesa, usini hale please. Natafuta kitu in many different currencies. Blank check disease, wife akidai shopping twende overseas. Mekam na gari kubwa, let me show my keys. Naziaka juu ya meza uone emblem jadinya. Shiski ndio stima, wacha kenje nani. Keep chugging, keep chugging. Keep chugging, keep chugging. Yeah, keep chugging, keep chugging. Keep kabisa, kama patunge kwanza, nani atatupe mkwanja tule? Hakuna kitu ya frijo ikatae kanyabule. Style imeenda shule, tuko high kama shule. Najua hapo ulikosha, hapa tu ni fry kabla ukule. Kila dogiko na siku yake, na paka maisha 9 ni unfair. Kila siku kiamka amka na asante. Fry ile uko nayo, acha kujikompea. Ule ana mingi ndo anaongezewa juu yake. Niko mtu alisemanga eti mini don't care. Keep jogging, keep jogging.